Okay. Hey, thank you, Andy and Mandy. Welcome everybody to our spring OPAC meeting. We have a packed agenda today. So I'm just gonna roll right into it unless there are any opening comments from Andy. Then we'll go over some logistics and introductions. Andy, is there anything else we should know before we get moving?
Let's just go ahead.
Okay. So just some basic, let's see. All of a sudden I can't see what I'm doing. Yeah. Logistics, I think we've all done these Zoom meetings before, since COVID, but please remember to keep yourself on mute if you're not speaking. And please use the chat or raise your hand to indicate you would like to speak for OPAC members. And also please use the chat for any links or anything, but try to hold any discussion to the meeting room so we don't get side conversations going. And if there's any members of the public who would like to speak, please let us know in the chat. We have a public comment period at 1 p.m. I think. Yep, 1 p.m. So anytime this morning, please let us know. At 1 p.m. we will, call on you to give your public comments. At the bottom of the slide, if you need technical help, Amanda McNabb or Mandy is online. Her email is also on the slide and her phone number is there as well. So if you have any problems, please, any technical issues, please get a hold of Mandy and let her know. And with that, did I miss anything, Andy, or should we go over, there we go. It's like you read my mind or I read your slides, one of the two. Let's do a quick round of introductions. And we'll just go in the order of the names on the screen. So I'll start. Susan Chambers, I'm the South Coast representative for commercial fisheries. Sorry, I got hung up on Brookings. Tara Brock, our vice chair, could not be here today, but I'm sure she'll be checking in when she reviews our recorded meeting. Kyle, go to you.
Hey everybody, I'm Kyle Motley. I represent the Coastal Public at Large, and I work with the Alaka Alliance.
Thanks, Kyle. Is Nick online today?
Nick is in Spain at a
Oh, that's
trade
right.
convention, so he is not going to be joining us.
Okay, so Nick Edwards won't be here today. Margaret, I thought I saw you.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I'm just getting settled in. I'm not quite to my computer yet, but I'm here. This is Margaret Corby. I am here representing coastal Oregon tribes in the tribal seat.
Awesome. Thank you, Margaret. Richard.
Morning, I'm Richard Heap. I represent charter sport fishing and recreation from the South Coast. I live in Coos Bay area, Grants Pass now, by the way.
Thanks, Richard. And we do have a vacant seat on the North Coast for charter sport fishing, recreation and ocean. So just putting the call out again, if any of you know somebody who's interested, please let Andy know or get in touch with them or something. We definitely need new members. So I'll go to Duncan. Good to see you, Duncan.
Thank you. Good morning, all. Yes, so I'm a statewide coastal and public at large representative to OPAC, coming to you from Cascade Head this morning.
Awesome. Joe.
Hey everybody, my name is Joe Liebesite and I represent statewide conservation on OPAC.
Thank you, Joe. Here again, we have another vacancy, which I need to follow up on. So I'll go to Amelia.
Good morning. My name is Amelia O'Connor. I am your non-fishing recreation representative and Central Coast resident. Thank you.
Thanks, Amelia. Is Mark Quayla on today?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome, Mark.
Yeah, I'm Mark Quayla. I'm a Clatsop County Commissioner representing Tillamook, Lincoln, and Clatsop counties.
Great. Thanks, Mark. And I know we have you only for a little while, so we'll get through this. So we have a quorum while you're here. Thank you.
Thank you.
You bet. Fran.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Fran Recht. I'm elected city official from Depot Bay, where I live.
And here again, we have another vacancy. So putting a plug in for any commercial ocean user on the north coast of Oregon, please let us know. Or let them know and put them in touch with Andy, or you guys know what I mean. Next we have, these are our ex officio council members. So Ray Monroe.
Ray Monroe, representing ports and local government, Tillamook, Pacific City.
Okay, thanks, Ray. Laurel, I thought I saw you here.
Yeah, I'm here. Laurel Hillman, Oregon Parks and Recreation Department.
Great, thank you. Justin or Jessica?
No, Justin or
Oh,
Jessica.
Justin.
You got me today. Scott Groth, ODFW Marine Resources Program in Newport.
Great. Thank you, Justin. I did see Jessica on here earlier, but she's for another issue, I think. Karina Nielsen couldn't be here today. So I'll go to Ryan.
Morning, everybody. Ryan Hoof here, representing the Department of Environmental Quality.
Thank you, Ryan. And Natalia.
Good morning, Natalia Stranatka, Oregon Department of State Lands.
Thank you. Chandra Ferrari from the Governor's Office.
Morning, Chandra Ferrari, representing the Governor's Office.
Thanks, Chandra. John Allen.
John let me know he had a conflict today.
Okay, thank you. Alexis or Alex from ODA?
He is also not going to be available today.
Okay, and I believe I heard Lisa was going to make it later.
She had a conflict and will be joining us at 10 a.m.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Do we have Steve Shipsey today?
Hi, yeah, I'm Steve Shipsey. I'm counsel to the council, and I'm very happy that we have 9, so we have a quorum. So let's take care of some business.
Gotcha. Thank you, Steve. And Chris Wall.
Good morning, everyone. Chris Wall, representing NOAA. I'm with the Office for Coastal Management.
Thank you, Chris. And Andy, I think that's all of our OPAC members.
Yeah, and I will just introduce myself, Andy Lanier, Marine Affairs Coordinator for the department staff for the council, and I will pass it on to Mandy as well to introduce herself.
There we go.
Hi, I'm Mandy McNabb. I'm Administrative Support and Coastal Rulemaking for the Coastal Division of DLCD.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. This process wouldn't work without you. And just one more quick reminder about the public comment at 1 p.m. And Andy, I will let you go through the agenda.
Yeah, thank you. As was mentioned, we have organized all of our potential action items for the first couple of hours of the meeting because that's when we were going to have a quorum. So it's going to be a busy couple of hours, hopefully with OPAC action. And then we will have a number of updates following that. So that's the general structure of our meeting for today.
Perfect. So one of the first things we need to take care of is, let's see, draft meeting summaries. So we did, at our January meeting, we did approve the October meeting summaries, but we did not have a quorum. So we need to approve both of them today.
And if we need, I can put those links in the chat.
Good idea.
If members have not had a chance to see them. And I see that Fran has a hand raised.
Oh, perfect.
Well, when you're ready, I'm willing to make the motion to approve both draft meeting summaries from October 29th and January 25 and January 29th, 2026.
Perfect. Thank you, Fran.
I can second the motion.
Thank you, Joe. Any discussion or any comments about the summaries? Not seeing any. So all of, whoops, there's something in the chat. Oh, okay. All those in favor, thumbs up or say aye. Probably a thumbs up in the chat or in the. So I got Kyle, Fran, Joe, Amelia, Duncan. Any no's? Okay, Andy, does that cover it?
Motion passes by consensus.
Okay. One action item off our list. Thank you, everyone. Next, we have
Executive
member,
committee elections.
Yep, elections. Do you want to change the slide?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have elections for OPAC leadership and the executive committee. As noted on the screen, our executive committee is defined in operating procedures and consists of the chair, the vice chair, the stack chair, which is Karina Nielsen, governor's office representative, and an at-large voting OPAC member. Currently, we have, I'm the chair, Tara Brock is the vice chair, Chandra Ferrari is the governor's office representative, Karina is the stack chair, and we have two at-large members, Joe Liebezeit and Amelia O'Connor. I am term limited out, so as soon as we can find a South Coast representative to get on OPAC, we will have that, but it is also time for a change for a new chair, vice chair, and at-large seats. Tara Brock has wants to step back from being vice chair or being on the executive committee. So at this point, I think there were a slate of people who put their names in for nominate or who were nominated for positions on the executive committee. And there we go. Joe Liebezeit was nominated to be the chair. Duncan Berry was nominated to be the vice chair. And Amelia was nominated to be in the at-large seat on the executive committee. Is there anything, do we want to have any discussion? Are there any other nominations? Verbal nominations at this point or what?
Susan, if I may,
Yeah.
we had some email communications about sending the nominations to me ahead of time, and I would make those available early. I got these nominees late, and there was only one nominee per position. So what you see in front of you today is the suite of OPAC members who was willing to step up. Although, now is the time for the council to have a discussion, and there could always be members nominated during this portion of the discussion if individuals feel strongly about that. But I'm happy to have the group take action as need be.
Awesome. Thank you, Andy. This is one of those where we will need a motion too, but before we get to that, I see Kyle has his hand raised. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to check because I've been nominated before for a couple committees without really knowing. And just, I want to, like Joe and Duncan, you guys are like good on capacity for all of this? All right, sick.
Awesome. Good reminder, Kyle. Thank you. Is there any other discussion about or questions about the executive committee and OPAC leadership? Does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, was that Kyle?
Yeah.
That was Kyle.
Okay. Kyle, what's your motion?
That should I make a motion that we move forward on electing Joe, Duncan, and Amelia to the executive committee?
That sounds perfect.
Awesome. Do we have a second for the motion?
I'll second that.
Okay.
Thank you, Fran.
Fran. Thank you, Fran. Okay, and all those in favor, put a thumbs up in the reaction
Aye.
on screen, or say aye.
Aye.
Good, we have Amelia, Mark. Okay.
I see consensus.
Yep. Awesome. Joe, Duncan, Amelia, thank you so much for stepping up and being willing to serve, and appreciate your involvement so far. I know you will do great.
Thanks, Susan. We got big shoes to fill, for sure.
Piece
Yeah,
of
it's an
cake,
honor.
you got this.
Yeah, it's an honor and a pleasure, Susan. Thank you.
You bet.
I just wanted to take a personal point of preference here and just thank Susan and Tara, even though she's not here, for all of the hard work that they have done as leadership of the council. They have been in their position for almost 8 years, if not slightly longer. And I just wanted to cover some of the things that they accomplished while they were leadership of the council. So I'll start off by saying that they led the group, and often in consensus motions. And so they commented through the development of policy letters to the governor's office several times, often related to potential actions out on the Outer Continental Shelf. So, for example, supporting a marine planning process with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. When offshore wind was first being considered, that was probably back in 2019. They also commented on the draft programmatic program for offshore oil and gas leasing. And they commented on things like the 10-year review of the Marine Reserves Program, acknowledging the work that STAC did to evaluate the program and supporting funding for the future work on that program. So policy letters often were developed and delivered in consensus, really kind of putting a stamp on our stakeholder opinion related to ocean issues of importance. They also completed rulemaking for 3 parts of the Territorial Sea Plan in 2019. The council had to readopt Part 5 of the Territorial Sea Plan. That was necessary because of a lawsuit that invalidated the department's earlier rulemaking. But they completed that process in quick order. They also initiated and then completed rulemaking for Part 3 of the Territorial Sea Plan, completing a multiple-year, multi-phased, comprehensive amendment to the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy. And included in that work was the designation of 8 new marine conservation areas of different types. And I think that the beginning of really a community stewardship process that was focused around those areas and has really built a lot of momentum towards stewardship of our nearshore special places that are often visited, and some of that visitation has a cost in disturbance to the systems. They also initiated rulemaking in 2020 for Part 4 of the Territorial Sea Plan to cover the undersea, the seafloor utilities part. And that was in part directed through legislative action, but the group established a working group. Tara Brock led that working group, and the council completed that rulemaking, which was a comprehensive amendment of Part 4 in 2023. So just, my immense appreciation and gratitude for the leadership that Tara and Susan provided. Often consensus motions were the rule, not the exception in their tenure. And I just humbly thank you for that. I think just also one last point of order for this meeting. This will be Susan's last meeting as chair, so she will continue to chair the meeting, and Joe will pick up and start at the next meeting. So thank you so much. Yeah,
Wow.
Joe.
I don't even know what to say. Sorry. It's been immensely. I'll have to say something later. I just don't think I can right now. Anyway, I just wish Tara was here because she has been so good to work with, and the executive committee as a team and OPAC as a team. It's been amazing. So just gotta breathe. So thank you for that. And Andy, it's amazing. I'd not forgotten all of that, but it's amazing how much we did get done. And OPAC should be congratulated for that. Not just, the leadership, but it wouldn't be possible if it wasn't for OPAC members who care about the ocean and Oregon. So that is amazing that we've gotten all that done. That is, wow. I didn't really, when you said this morning when we were talking before the meeting that we got a lot done, I started thinking about it. It's like, oh yeah, I remember that. And OPAC really did do a lot in those years. So thank you, everyone. And now, before I start tearing up again, I think we better move on before we get behind on our schedule.
I see Joe's hand raised, so I just want to call on Joe.
Okay, Joe, thank you. I missed that.
Not going to get you off the hook just yet, Susan. I just wanted to personally thank you for your leadership and looking to you as I was thinking about, this role at OPAC. So probably have some phone calls to you in the future.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and I also appreciate Tara. And I have one question. So is Tara going to remain on OPAC even though she's stepping down? That was a question I had. I wasn't clear on.
Yeah, her appointment is coming to term soon, I believe. So we will be looking for another replacement for her. I'm not sure if that was this year or next year. I'll have to go back to check the records.
Cool. Thank you, Joe. And hey, always welcome a call from you or any OPAC member anytime. Okay, any other comments or questions before we move on to offshore wind?
And
Okay,
I'm
not
going
seeing any.
I'm going to stop my share. Jeff Burright is going to take the first piece of this agenda item. So Jeff, you want to introduce yourself and...
Yes. Good morning, everyone. For those who haven't met me yet, my name is Jeff Burright. I'm with DLCD, and I am the Offshore Wind Energy Roadmap Coordinator for the agency. For the last year and a half, I've been leading a conversation with a roundtable of over 50 members, and we've been doing broad public engagement and outreach, trying to develop this offshore wind roadmap that was commissioned by the legislature in the 2024 session. And this morning, I'm here to give you an update on where we are in the process and some of the outcomes that are coming out of our draft roadmap that's out for public review right now. Andy, I still don't have screen sharing available. Could you please turn that on for me?
We've just asked Mandy to update that setting for us.
I am trying to, and it is not allowing me to give him co-host ability, which is a little strange. You might have to do it, Andy, because it's not in the elliptical for me.
That's all, folks. Zoom has changed their settings.
Yeah, Andy, I have a presentation after the break, but it's also I cannot share the screen. It asks me to send request.
Jeff, do you want to send me a link to your? I can allow you if you request. Jeff, maybe you can do the same thing and send a request.
Wasn't letting me. Let me just email my slides to you real quick.
Yeah, I sent the request and now it's, yeah, if you send a request, it allows.
Andy, the slides are on their way to you. Now I can share my screen, so never mind. Here we go.
Oh, geez, all technology changes under your feet sometimes.
So it goes. All right. So the big news right now is that starting in mid-February, we released a public review draft of the offshore wind roadmap and opened a public comment period. Originally, it was scheduled to end April 3rd. However, we received some requests to extend the comment period to allow people more time with what is admittedly a pretty long and dense document, but also to allow for some additional engagement work to happen among organizations who've been involved in the process. And so we decided to extend it to April 27th. So that is, what day is that? Coming up soon. Yeah, we've received, oh gosh, over 200 comments written to us directly, plus a survey, and we've had public meetings. And so I'm pleased with the amount of feedback that we've been getting so far, and I hope that we get a good pulse rate at the end. Just for some general statistics here, as I mentioned, we extended that public comment period. Along with the comment period, conducted a total of 7 meetings, 2 virtually at the beginning and end of our run, and then 5 in person along the coast. And along with the extension, we've decided to add 1 more virtual public meeting. That'll be this Thursday. And if you're interested in joining in, the registration link is on the DLCD Offshore Wind Roadmap website. Along with the comment period, we've offered a number of different ways that people can provide comment. We set up an email address specifically to receive comments that people want to send us directly. And that email address is, again, on our website. We also, during the public meetings, reserved opportunity for people to come up to the front of the room and speak their piece, and we recorded those and have transcribed them to add to our record, the same as if they had written in. We also have our physical mail address where we can receive comments, and we also developed a survey that is a combination of ranked questions as well as some open-ended questions as a more guided way for people to provide feedback into the roadmap. And we have, I think over 200 responses to that so far as well. In addition, we have invited the federally recognized tribes in Oregon to provide separate statements, and we've reserved one of our appendices in the roadmap to include those. And we invited statements related to the roadmap itself, or just more generally, the potential future for offshore wind in Oregon and what tribes' interests in that would be. House Bill 4080 in the 2024 legislature commissioned DLCD to develop this roadmap with a purpose of defining standards to be considered in any future offshore wind decisions or processes. And so, as I mentioned, we've spent the past year and a half working toward that goal. But I want to make clear what the roadmap is and what it isn't. And chief among those is to make clear that this is not a decision document. We are not here to decide whether or not Oregon pursues offshore wind and in what form. What we do instead is consider a number of different futures, both with offshore wind turbines off the coast and without, and what the different paths could look like to get to those different futures that would occur in a way that we wouldn't regret. And from that, we were able to pull out different actions that the state could take that could help us be ready for any one of those paths. Alongside, or as part of the roadmap, the House bill also tasked us to do an enforceable policy assessment. And if you're familiar with the state's authority under the Coastal Zone Management Act for federal consistency review, enforceable policies are kind of the field on which the game is played. They are the state's main way to condition or object to or concur with an action that's proposed if it affects state coastal uses and resources. And because we have what's known as a geographic location description, that authority allows us to apply state policies out to a depth of 500 fathoms, even into federal waters. So it gives the state a pretty strong leverage there. And so the roadmap was looking at all the potential effects that we care about as a state and trying to match those up one-to-one with the policies that we currently have on the books to try to find those gaps where we can take some action. I mentioned already that the roadmap does contain some specific action recommendations that I'll talk about here in a few minutes. And it also includes a capacity assessment that covers state agencies, local governments, and tribes who wish to participate to identify where there might be staff and funding needs in order to participate fully in a future offshore wind process. But as I mentioned, we're not here to make decisions or approve any projects, and the roadmap cannot create policies all by itself. It can recommend policies that would then be under the purview of formal rulemaking or policymaking, such as what OPAC does. If you have had a chance to read the roadmap, thank you. But if you haven't, this is the general overview of the structure of the roadmap itself. We begin with the purpose of it, describing its history and the process that we went through and are going through to create it. We have a background on offshore wind energy that is really focused on Oregon specifically, while also kind of showing some of the broader context in the nation and the world. And we talk about things like economic opportunity, grid impacts, specific challenges and opportunities related to Oregon, and the permitting process and authorities that would be involved if it were to be proposed in Oregon. Section 3 of the roadmap talks about our guiding principles and objectives. The House bill gave us a set of 7 objectives that the roadmap needed to cover. And through the course of the conversation that we've been having in our roundtable and among the public, we also developed 4 additional guiding principles that we feel are important to embed in any part of the process and decisions that are made. And I'll show those in just a moment. Section 4 of the roadmap is where we talk about alternative futures. This arose out of our very first meeting of the Roadmap Roundtable, where we asked people to consider different futures and what would make us feel non-regretful or good about those futures. And we've settled on a total of 5. And for each one of those, we talk about the benefits, the considerations or challenges, and then we identify what the path to each ought to look like. And we have some diagrams that show, especially in a case where if there is offshore wind development, for each phase in the life cycle, what are those steps we need to take? And what are those things we need to have in our pocket before we move on to the next phase? Or else we take that, we consider it like a checkpoint in between each phase, and we look for ways where the state has the opportunity to either pause or switch to a different path. We have that enforceable policy analysis in section 5 that I mentioned a little bit ago, where we identify policy gaps, which could be relevant to OPAC's work because many of them relate to the Territorial Sea Plan. And then section 6 has a lengthy number of actions. I think the total is in the 80s of things that we can do at different phases to be better reflecting state priorities and values. These are the objectives that were embedded in House Bill 4080. There's a 7th objective that relates to meaningful community engagement, and we decided to make that kind of a broader objective throughout the entire document. But here you can see that as we were looking through the policy gaps and the actions, we were looking at them through this lens that they needed to be protective of these objectives that you can see on the screen. And that's, achieving the state's energy and climate objectives, supporting coastal communities, supporting new economic opportunity while sustaining what we already have, positioning an offshore wind workforce that is trained, housed, and equitable, protecting cultural resources in the interests of tribes, and then protecting the environment and species, of course. And I also mentioned those guiding principles that emerged from our conversation. We had just a lot of discussion that really crystallized into these, that any decision needs to be backed up by meaningful engagement, and that to be meaningful, the state has responsibility there. That any decision needs to be based on credible information that is accessible and able to be used when a decision needs to be made. That decisions should be regionally considered and coordinated. In other words, recognizing that what we choose to do offshore Oregon affects other places along the California current ecosystem, and that any decisions we make need to consider actions that are taking place elsewhere and how they combine. It also refers to the idea that if offshore wind progresses, we should be coordinating with our West Coast neighbors to make sure that we're sharing opportunities equally and not stepping on each other's toes. And finally, a guiding principle that any decisions should be holistic and accountable. And this relates to ideas around considering cumulative effects of the entirety of an action rather than allowing it to be broken into different pieces that might miss the forest for the trees. And then accountability was a major theme throughout the process, that the state needs to be emphasizing opportunities to remain involved in the process throughout and have enforceable standards that can hold people accountable if things happen differently than we expect. Our process for developing the roadmap involved several different pieces and parts. Chief among them was this roadmap roundtable that began in November of 24 and has had continuous conversations since then. We just had our last meeting, or our most recent meeting, yesterday, and we'll be meeting again in May and June. We also conducted a number of interest area focus groups to broaden the inclusion of voices into our process, as well as talking with community-based organizations up and down the coast to understand where community needs are and how they might interact with decisions around offshore wind. We also conducted some fishing industry outreach and had a separate public meeting where we invited fishing industry specifically, and we met with the commodity commissions and tried to gather their perspectives and their needs to include in the roadmap as well. We had a tribes only table that we had alongside the roundtable that was a more private space where tribal staff and representatives could talk to us directly about what their needs and interests were for the roadmap, and those were folded into the public draft. We've also sought consultation with the federally recognized tribes We've began with 2 of them last fall, and we're just about to send out a follow-up here soon. We did some mid-process community meetings in the spring of 25, where we kind of poked our heads up and looked around and let people know how the conversation was emerging to see if we needed to redirect. And then finally, during this public comment process, we did a side project called Youth Voices for Offshore Wind, where we had 6 teams of high school students engage with the roadmap, provide their recommendations around the alternative futures, and those are being included as formal comments for the roadmap. Yeah, I mentioned those 5 different alternatives that emerged from our process. This is one of the figures from within the roadmap that depicts those different futures. And they run on a spectrum from the least amount of development over on the left to the most on the right. And it starts with what you could refer to as a status quo alternative, where there are no offshore wind arrays, no participation in the supply chain or engineering or other economic opportunities, and no major port upgrades or transmission upgrades in support of offshore wind. Next on the line is economic participation only, where we don't host offshore wind ourselves, but participate in the development of offshore wind in other places through supply chain and other means. In the middle is an idea of a pilot project. So having a standalone small project that can be a basis for proving out the concept, demonstrating what the economic and community effects and environmental effects would be before then deciding whether to go larger. And then the 2 alternatives over on the right are different flavors of the same basic one, where Oregon would pursue 1 to over 3 gigawatts of full-scale offshore wind development, which includes transmission upgrades and shoreside infrastructure. The main difference between the 2 really relates to whether there is a major port development for supporting the installation and maintenance of these over time. And we looked at Coos Bay primarily because that was where there was a lot of attention during the BOEM process. During our enforceable policy assessment, section 5, we include a summary table that shows the gaps that we identified through our process. And what we found was that the majority of them we think could be addressed through updates to the Territorial Sea Plan, mostly sections 2, 4, and 5. Some examples include the visual resource standards in Part 5, which were based on wave energy modeling at the time. But when you have these taller structures, and just the conversations about what we aim to protect, we saw the opportunity to update those. Community agreement requirements, this idea is emerging out of the roadmap of, we have policies that can allow us to have mitigation requirements for effects to the fishing community specifically, but recognizing that there are other communities that could be affected and that we might be able to broaden our scope there and have that be enforceable by the state. We also identified cultural resource protection and tribal data sovereignty policy opportunities, ability or an opportunity to strengthen and generalize our fishery protection standards so they're not location-based within the territorial sea, but more broadly applicable for federal waters. And then more information that we could provide regarding expectations for adaptive management plans and decommissioning to provide that enforceable hook along the line. And then specific to Part 2 of the Territorial Sea Plan, there was a strong value expressed to have a requirement for some form of cumulative impact assessment that occurs prior to leasing, which was not something that we had in 2024 with the BOEM leases. I mentioned that we have over 80 actions in the roadmap, but I want to just highlight a few of them, especially ones that could relate to OPAC work. Chief among them, keep saying chief, I'm sorry, highly among them, Oregon should initiate state or local rulemaking in the near term to address policy gaps. That seems to be the low-hanging fruit that could benefit us under any future alternative, that if we strengthen our hand at the table, that benefits Oregon. The next 3 are kind of related, and I have a figure that I'll show you in a moment, but that Oregon should develop a state-specific offshore wind energy research agenda to feed into that credible information principle that we talked about. And also that Oregon should establish a state-specific offshore wind energy science collaborative. This is a model that's been followed on the East Coast, where states have had their own subcommittees where they're looking at the science together. And my vision here is that we just have a big table and we invite all the people that would need to be convinced eventually when we get to a permitting phase in order to either participate in that process or make decisions, and try to find a consensus earlier on and let that be a place where we can learn together and share that. And also that Oregon should participate in the West Coast Science Collaborative that's being established by California right now as a place for the West Coast states to get together, share information, and coordinate our research needs. The other one that I wanted to really flag was that out of our process, we identified there's an opportunity to not just follow the federally led siting process, like what we saw with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, but instead to have a state-led siting process where we could be holding the keys to how we weight the different layers of value, that we could look out into federal waters, even though it's a state-led process, and pre-identify those areas where offshore wind development might be more or less suitable as they relate to the the policies that we would eventually bring to that table. So, and then we had other actions that I won't dive into here. The last thing I wanted to show you came out of our discussion at the roundtable just yesterday, where we were talking about this research agenda idea and how it relates to the work that the STAC did to develop a research prioritization framework and a first cut at a list of research needs. What we recognized with the roundtable was that the STAC work, while like in depth and really focused on the expertise that was able to be brought to bear, we identified other research needs, and we needed a way to bring multiple different sources together, and thought that we could put this all under the umbrella of that offshore wind science collaborative concept, that maybe this collaborative could be the home for the research needs to apply that prioritization framework, to bring in broad representation and review what we're learning as time goes on. And that collaborative could help us by being a voice with the West Coast Science Collaborative, and in so doing, be informing state decisions, improving knowledge all around, and improving engagement in the process. At the same time, recognizing that there are OPAC connections that could also feed into that state process. And that could include territorial sea plan standard updates, that marine coastal spatial planning that I mentioned before, and then specifically this question of what kind of cumulative assessment should the state require at the leasing phase. And that connects to an action that has just begun with the West Coast Ocean Alliance, where they've hired a contractor to help the states and tribes on the alliance come together and identify what needs we would have, how we would even define a cumulative impact assessment, and what we could feasibly achieve with the tools that are out there today. So this is I just made this morning, but it's an attempt to kind of bring it all together into one strategy. And that's what I have for you this morning. I'm happy to answer any questions or if there's anything you'd like to discuss.
Thank you, Jeff.
We will pause here for just a couple of questions, and then Joe and I will switch over and talk about the offshore wind work group from OPAC.
Awesome. Jeff, as always, you've done such great work on this. It's been amazing. So does anybody have any questions? I'm not seeing any, but I did want to say that I thought yesterday's roundtable meeting went really well. I was just sorry I couldn't be there in person, And the students' submissions were amazing. So I encourage anybody to take a look at those when they're in the offshore wind record. Fran, go for it.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Excellent presentation and recap. So could you remind me, I haven't looked at this for a long time, how do we balance all the investment in offshore wind against like onshore solar and wind development? And I'm specifically thinking in terms of redundancy and not centralized facilities, and especially with tsunamis and earthquakes, how do we make our communities more sustainable rather than feeding, from big offshore power into a grid that then doesn't necessarily stay in Oregon?
Yeah, thank you. There are a lot of questions in that question. I don't know that I can do it all justice. A couple of things that I would point to would be that we were charged specifically with an offshore wind roadmap, and that was a tension throughout our process where people said, well, what about these other ways that Oregon could achieve its energy future? Why aren't we talking about those? And we had to keep pulling it back to, we're focused on what the paths related to offshore wind could look like. But for that overall state strategy, I would point you toward the Oregon Department of Energy's state energy strategy that was released late last year, or just the work that's done already through the utilities and regulatory process and the studies that go along with that. To your point about how do we increase coastal energy resiliency, I guess what I would offer is that having a generation source west of the Coast Range, coupled with transmission improvements that are recognized in the state energy strategy that have also been highlighted by national lab research, could be a way to get there. And even if it becomes the case in the future that if there is offshore wind, due to its cost or where the demand is, even if that power goes through Oregon to buyers in another state and shows up on their power bills instead of ours, as long as that power flows through the coastal grid, those electrons get consumed closest to where they were produced. And so there would be a resiliency and reliability benefit that we could achieve. One of the actions and policy recommendations in the roadmap was, one, to see if we could have a requirement that if offshore wind is located off of Oregon, it connects to our grid first, so it doesn't bypass the coastal grid. But then there's also a section where we talk about those interstate equity considerations that, for instance, if you had offshore wind off of Oregon, but the buyer was in California, who gets the credit for achieving that renewable energy improvement? If it goes to California, but it is having an effect on Oregon's coastal uses and resources, how do we balance that? How do we make that right? And seeing that there might need to be some high-level conversations between the states to discuss those types of topics.
One, I'll just follow up there on the very end, Susan, if I may. So could that be part of the enforceable policies about the direct benefits to Oregon's energy grid if we have resources being affected in Oregon's ocean?
We've identified it as one of the potential policy gaps. I think what we're still exploring is where would the home for such a policy be? And there may be an opportunity where the territorial sea plan as part of there needs to be some sort of community uplift or some sort of grid benefit for a project. That might be a way where you could interpret it to say it needs to land here first. But we're identifying the gap and looking for where it could go, but there's probably some more work to be done to figure out where it ought to go. And that's beyond our ability to make happen with the recommendations.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Fran. Thank you, Jeff. Anybody else have a quick question? I'm not seeing any. So I guess that means Joe, you're up. And Joe and Andy, thank you so much for doing this work group.
Thanks so much, Susan. Andy, do you want me to just go ahead and you'll chime in, or how do you want to do it?
Yeah, I'll have you talk about the recommendations. I just put this slide together to kind of remind everyone that we did establish a work group in the spring of last year. That work group has held 4 meetings, the purpose of which has been to keep OPAC well tethered and aware of what the round table and the work that Jeff was doing was. So to keep that connection there and to think about how OPAC may act in concert with that work. And so the last meeting that we held was on April 6th, and out of there came a couple of draft recommendations, which I will put on the screen. Again, these are draft, but this is what our working group had a general consensus around.
Thanks, Andy. And I want to thank again Jeff Burright. Jeff came to, I think, probably all of the OPAC work group meetings to provide, giving us an update on where the roadmap process was at and answering any questions that OPEC members on the committee had. So really appreciate that. Thanks, Jeff. And yeah, as Andy mentioned, the last meeting we had just a couple of weeks ago, we did come up with some recommendations, which you can see here. I should also say, to preface that the director of DLCD did provide a letter to OPAC, which I think you all probably have seen, but if not, or if you can't recall, the letter was asking OPAC to support initiation of rulemaking for TSP parts 1 and 2. And what that means is basically an overhaul of TSP 1 and 2. Those are kind of the foundational chapters in the Territorial Sea Plan. Now I see you're going to talk about that, Andy. So thanks for providing that. But yeah, that's kind of a precursor to the recommendations. I don't know if you have anything else to say about that, Andy, other than I'll just say that those are 2 foundational chapters. They were written back in 1994, so it's been over 30 years since they've been updated. Of course, in between 1994 and now, there have been significant changes in agencies' policies and legislative policies that have come up in that time. So it's definitely something that needs to be updated right now. So Andy, I don't know if you have anything more to say about that before we jump into the recommendations.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. I think one of the big picture concepts was OPAC potentially has a lot on its work plan for the next 5 years. And as a part of that exercise of thinking about OPAC action, that letter from the director was one request. These recommendations regarding the roundtable and the work on offshore wind is another potential need. And so we did have a conversation around the kind of scope and timing, of which we have a slide that I'll bring up later that can talk about kind of the order of operations and the broad outlines of the work OPAC will do. But for now, I think we should focus in on whether or not OPAC wants to take action on the recommendations that the working group has presented in regards to the offshore wind roadmap in particular.
Thanks, Andy. So yeah, let's just jump into the recommendations. Andy will provide more of a timeline on how this fits in with the updates of 1 and 2 after this. But basically what we came down to at the last meeting in April is kind of setting the stage for OPAC or for the update of parts 4 and 5 of TSP, of the Territorial Sea Plan, the cable, sea cable, and the renewable energy chapters of the Territorial Sea Plan. And in order for that to happen, OPAC committee thought it would be important to set about on a number of different studies. One of them would be a marine spatial planning effort, which would, of course, inform any updates to TSP5, and then a cable routing study. All of this, kind of spurred by the roadmap process and the offshore wind process, which brought up more questions and needs for updates in these chapters. And then finally, a visual resources management standards study. So that's one of the recommendations. And maybe we can take some questions on that particular recommendation now, if folks have any.
Sounds good, Joe.
Okay.
Any questions?
Yeah, any questions?
I have one. I'm sorry, I'm talking so much.
It's okay. Go for it.
So I kind of get confused about where OPAC's able to work and where not. Like when I think of a cable routing study, and when I think of OPAC, it's like cable routing in the ocean, but where it comes on land and how it affects the coastal zone, and how, for example, the need for deepening estuaries and ports to accommodate large ships. I kind of get mixed up about where OPAC's role ends and how it integrates with other goals, DLCD goals, Oregon goals, and maybe this is all just off the road, but if we're only confining ourselves to the marine environment, I think it would be of concern to me, even though I think that's where OPAC is supposed to work, if that makes sense.
Andy, if you want to take that, that'd be great.
Yeah, Fran, thank you. While the work of OPAC is focused on the territorial sea, it can influence decisions outside of the territorial sea based upon the potential for effects to resources and uses within the territorial sea. That is how the state, for example, was able to develop a geographic location description where we identified the resources and uses that Oregon cares about and how they are present out in offshore waters beyond the territorial sea. So up to 500 fathoms water depth, the state has identified those resources and uses that it wants to be factored into any decision that would happen. Right, so we do have kind of an automatic review opportunity because the state developed that geographic location description. In a similar way, we can look at the effects of resources and uses onshore and the potential impacts to the territorial sea from onshore related activities. And our work in the intertidal areas, in the marine conservation areas, that does go slightly upslope beyond the territorial sea because those resources and uses kind of straddle that boundary. So I would say that while our work is focused on the ocean in particular, we can factor in information about the applicable land uses or the potential effects from specific actions. And when I think about the work we did on part 4, we funded that geological suitability assessment for understanding the risks of basically putting a cable underground from shore out into the territorial sea, right? And we now have that resource inventory information to use when potential cable routes are going to be assessed. And as I think about a cable routing study, we will focus that work on the resources and uses and their concentrations within the territorial sea. but we're keeping an eye on those kind of edges on either bound of the territorial sea because of those kind of connections to the resources and uses. Maybe I'll turn to Steve to if he wants to provide any additional information or clarification on kind of how that can work or how to think about that.
Yeah, Andy, I think you covered it pretty well. I mean, it's the territorial sea plan is the focus of OPAC, but in order to be kind of comprehensive and coordinated with the upland local governments and the further distant federal waters, sometimes we have to look at things that are affected in the territorial sea by those actions. So I think I wouldn't add anything more than that unless anybody had a specific question.
And a good example of how planning can impact kind of offshore related decisions, in Washington, they have adopted a marine spatial plan where they identify concentrations of uses and or resources that they would also want to have factored into a decision beyond their territorial sea waters because of those connections. So as I think about a marine spatial planning exercise that may extend into federal waters, that should be the focus of our efforts in Oregon, is to really tie and connect those resources and uses we care about that are present within the territorial sea to activities beyond. Right, so that is our ability to kind of further put a stamp on how the resources that are acknowledged, recognized, and protected by the state can be thought of, or how policies can be developed that could apply beyond those waters.
Thanks, Andy and Steve, and for the question. And any other questions, folks? I actually have a question, and I can't remember how well we covered this during the committee meetings, but do we get an idea on the timing of these studies that DLCD would be leading, Andy? Is that part of your, I know you're going to show us a time frame for all of these updates. Is that in there?
Yes, it is. We envision that amendments to parts 4 and 5 would take probably a couple of years. And there is an order of operations kind of conceptual thinking that we need to do, right? If the state is going to, for example, lead a marine spatial planning effort, it would be done in association with that rulemaking. But I think it would need to happen before we finalize the policies, because we want to tie policies together with our understanding of the ocean resources and uses that are out there. And the way that we built part 5 of the territorial sea plan, our standards are pretty explicitly tied to zones within the territorial sea, which would make those policies hard to apply beyond state waters. So we need to be thinking about completion of those studies ahead of doing the rulemaking for parts 4 and 5, so that we can use the results of those to influence that work. And I think it's likely that those studies would take, I would say, at least a year or potentially 2 to come to completion, because you're going to have to potentially find resources to lead those studies. There's going to have to be capacity that's brought to bear. So there is, I think, some amount of preparatory work that the state would need to lead before we're able to focus our attention on parts 4 and 5, which is why then I think the department made the recommendation that we tackle amendments to parts 1 and 2 first. And I will show a slide of that timeline. Maybe now is a good time to do that. So bear with me here as I move to that. So this is just a high level, general kind of outline how we have envisioned some of this taking place. So the, work on parts 1 and 2, which we estimate would take 18 months or so for OPAC to do its part, would come first. And in the interim, we may be able to get funding and start those studies for supporting a part 4 and 5 amendment to come staggered slightly later, right? So that's in general how we've been thinking about the work of the council and the overall timing of these activities.
Does anyone have any questions regarding that recommendation, looking at this timeline as well? It might spur some questions from OPAC members.
I guess a question for the group is, we've started to talk about the amendments to part 1 and 2. And I guess, does the group want to have that full discussion and then swing back around to all of the recommendations? Because you did see those ones related to offshore wind and the roundtable and rulemaking associated with those, but the other recommendation, and we have touched on it already, is from our department, and I will just quickly go through kind of the background on amendments to the Territorial Sea Plan. So, there is a procedure and a process for OPAC and our commission to work together to start a rulemaking. Part 1 of the Territorial Sea Plan, Section F, describes kind of how the council will do this. And in this instance, we have a request for OPAC to conduct an amendment process. The other way that OPAC can do this is through its own initiative, through a survey of issues that they would lead. But we do have an amendment request from our department. This is a letter that was transmitted to the council on April 6th. So earlier in the month, I think you all received that letter. It provides the broad rationale and broad scope and timing that the department expects for this amendment process for parts 1 and 2. And speaking more broadly, OPAC as a whole has not looked at these 2 parts of the Territorial Sea Plan since, I think, 2000, when there was an amendment to part 1. And right now is a great time for us to think about the relationship between our Ocean Policy Advisory Council and the federal agencies that manage our ocean resources beyond our waters, and to document how we, as a group, will continue to take action and continue to manage and steward those waters. So part 1 is kind of the ocean management framework, and part 2 is resource use decision making, both of which are very applicable. And I think having the council address those 2 parts will set itself up pretty well for, I think, the slightly more complicated and tougher amendments to parts 4 and 5, which would be focused around the issue of offshore wind. So that is what we were envisioning here. There's kind of a quarter by quarter breakout of some of the things that we would expect to happen in an 18-month rulemaking timeline for parts 1 and 2. This does not, I think, account for how long it may take to get the recommendation on the LCDC agenda for action, but this is focused in on the OPAC portion of the timeline for start, which we would develop a working group. Staff would do a line-by-line audit with the working group kind of looking over our shoulder so that we can develop the draft language, and we can consult with our state agency partners and tribal governments, followed then by more expansive comment period and engagement period where we talk about the work we've done and the changes that have been made before we have some final recommended amendments that would go to the commission at the end of 2027. So that's a kind of a high level scope of work. I think there's a lot of details to be kind of hammered out still, but this is how we initially envision some of the broad timelines happening. And I see that Kyle has raised his hand, so I can take a question from Kyle.
Yeah, just a quick clarification, Andy. So were you saying that you would envision some of that like science work being done to inform sections 4 and 5 would be happening kind of like concurrently with this timeline for 1 and 2?
I do. I think that is the right approach because, you know, with Jeff and one of our other staff who were brought on to help with offshore wind, I think they, you know, do bring capacity to bear and can help kind of kick off those things or once the department has identified resources to use to do that.
All right, thank you.
So, Andy, just for a time check here, I know we're starting to go over on this agenda item, but it's kind of merged, I think, with the next agenda item. So,
yeah, let's go back to the original recommendations. I guess I would say the final recommendation that the working group made was that OPAC needs to recommend a rulemaking for parts 1 and 2 with that approximate 18 months timeline. So OPAC kind of agreeing to take this on and agreeing to the scope is part of the administrative procedures that are required for the commission and OPAC to work together to co-steward the territorial sea plan. So we do need an action by OPAC to recommend that we move forward on parts 1 and 2, and that kind of will officially begin the process. So that's the last kind of recommendation from the work group. So I don't know how
Angie, there was one other recommendation that we should go back to regarding
I will do that.
Yeah. So, and then we can vote on all of them hopefully at once.
Yep.
So you can go back to that slide.
Something got an invitation. So here's the last one.
Yeah. So thanks for all the background, Andy, and the timeline for that first recommendation. I think it was helpful for folks to see. So the second recommendation is really about the science piece, and basically OPAC, the committee thought that it would be important for OPAC to recommend that the state of Oregon participate in the West Coast Science Collaborative, which Jeff talked about in his presentation, which is a group that is starting up in California. And I think if Oregon joined, we would just be a ex officio non-voting member initially. We discussed at that meeting a potential representative from Oregon being someone from STAC. It would make sense to have someone from the Science and Technical Advisory Committee with a science background to be on the as an ex officio member of the West Coast Science Collaborative. So that's the recommendation. I should also say that we did talk about having an Oregon-based science technical group, kind of like Jeff presented, and I think the roadmap group is supporting. We're not specifically recommending that from OPAC because it felt like, I think the committee felt like it's a bit premature right now because Oregon does not have any leases currently in hand, while California does. So there was kind of the recognition that maybe we hold off for now on an Oregon-based science technical group, participate in the West Coast Science Collaborative, and then when the time comes again, if it comes again, that there's going to be a lease is sold in Oregon, then that would be the time to initiate an Oregon-based science collaborative. So those are the two recommendations. And there's also tied in there the one Andy showed about, getting the TSP 1 and 2 processes going. So I think if there's maybe one last call for questions, and then we can have a vote here.
Thanks, Joe. Margaret did have a question in the chat. What does the commitment look like for a working group? So based on the timelines you set out, Andy, what would that look like?
Maybe I'll ask Jeff, because Jeff has had his head around this more than us. You mean an Oregon-based work group? I think that Margaret is asking.
I think she's talking about parts 1 and 2.
Margaret,
I see. I will let you provide any clarification if you want.
Yeah, that's it. Part 1 and 2.
Okay.
Then I would direct that to Andy.
Yeah, thank you. I was thinking about meetings that would happen potentially quarterly, likely to be 2 hours maybe per meeting. And they would be responding to and helping me as I develop kind of the initial outline of the overhaul for parts 1 and 2. We have not yet scheduled a fall meeting of the council, nor have we talked about yet establishing a new working group. But I think those are both good things to talk about very briefly. One of which is I do believe that the work of the offshore wind energy group should come to a close with the recommendations around the roundtable currently, and that we should, stand one up if OPAC acts to recommend rulemaking for parts 1 and 2. So that would be my guess for the time commitment for a working group is probably a quarterly meeting that would happen in between kind of our 2 OPAC meetings a year. Although if the council wants to continue to have shorter, more topical focused meetings on a more frequent basis, that could also be the way that we move forward on this. So, but I do think a working group to handle some of the more specific text focused or more detailed focused work would be important for the department to help us as we lead this work moving forward. So.
Thanks for the question, Margaret, Andy. I actually have one other question. It's regarding TSP 3. I saw that in the timeline, but it did not come up as an OPAC recommendation from the work group. So I wonder, Andy, if you can provide some perspective on where that or TSP Chapter 3 update would fit in here.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that will touch on kind of the last agenda item that we have this morning before 11, which Chandra's going to give an update on the executive order on climate resilience, because I think that we and the council can address, one of the priorities within the governor's office executive order through potential future review and action around part 3 through a future proposal process. But because that work is now kind of being encapsulated in a longer timeline that the executive order has established, I think there's a bit of uncertainty on kind of when the council would want to start that work. And I think that it would, we are going to need to balance how much time and capacity that the council has before we kind of pick up that amendment process. So I'm uncertain when we would be initiating that work. I think it, based upon the guidance that's in part 3, that proposal process would take at least 2 years to complete, and it would involve a public process. So I think that is an open discussion for when the state is going to be ready for it from the perspective of acting consistent with the executive order. And we can talk about that a little bit later, but I want to focus our conversation today around the first two big level lifts that I think the council is going to need to address in the next 5 years.
Thanks, Sandy. Yeah, let's put a pin on that chapter 3 discussion, but we do have a agenda to hold tight to here. So I guess now is the time. I don't know, Susan, if I hand it to you for the voting on this, or if I should do it, or how that works for the work group recommendations and getting OPAC's support of these two recommendations in front of us here.
Yeah. I actually had a question for Andy about this. So, Andy, do we need a motion for each one or a motion for both? And do we need a vote on it or just consensus? How?
Yeah, let me address that. I think if you wanted to wrap all these up into one action, you could by saying that OPAC supports all 3 recommendations from the working group and high level, the work to support future rulemaking around parts 4 and 5 in the studies, the participation in the West Coast Science Collaborative, and to initiate the rulemaking for parts 1 and 2. I think you could do that all together if you don't have any change in suggested language from the recommendations that you've seen on the slides. Also, OPAC does operate on a consensus model. So if there are no kind of dissenting voices, I think you could seek consensus first. You don't have to go to a vote. So.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, because if we do, I know this is kind of lengthy, and so I was hoping we could take like a 10-minute break so somebody could write out a motion, and so that we'd have it that everybody could look at. But I know we are getting close to time. So I just wanted to be clear on that. Do we have 5 or 10 minutes we can take for somebody to draft a motion that we can read?
I see Fran's hand raised.
Okay, Fran.
So I think, Susan, we could just, without having to rewrite anything, just support these two in the initiation of amendments to Territorial Sea Parts 1 and 2 as requested by DLCD and call it good. I don't think we have to reword any of this.
Okay, Andy, will that be sufficient? Thank you, Fran.
Looking at Steve, but if you all agree with the language that's on the slides, and there are no dissenting votes or voices, then I think you can take a motion like that and it would work.
Okay.
Yeah, and if we run into if we high center on one of them and people feel that they want to break them apart, we can do that.
Okay. So I guess with that, do we have consensus on moving forward with the recommendations from the offshore wind work group as projected on the screen? I'm seeing a lot of thumbs up, including mine. Natalia has a question.
Yes.
Thank you. It's not a question, but kind of clarification because we use different language. Cable routing study sometimes, and in my presentation, I use cable corridor assessment study. We used this previously. We kind of need to come up with the same language for that, and I'm wondering what is the best language would be, because it's not just corridors, it's also separation standards. Maybe the routing is good language for that.
I think there's flexibility, Natalia, to in language in particular. So I think for DSL's purposes, you would be able to weave in your needs as an agency when the council, when the state leads those studies. So.
Okay. Sounds good. Thanks.
Okay, well, I saw consensus on OPAC recommending the actions of the working group.
So did I. Great. Fran.
So do we need another motion to initiate rulemaking on parts 1 and 2 as requested by DLCD? And if so, I make that motion, or, for consensus vote.
I interpreted the action the council just took to include this recommendation because it was the third recommendation from the working group. So I believe we already acted to do that.
Okay, the only issue I had that it wasn't on the screen when we were voting,
Okay.
just to make sure. Okay, I'm fine with that.
If we want, we can do a clarification and say, does OPAC have consensus to initiate rulemaking for parts 1 and 2? Just to dot our I's, cross our T's.
I
So
would support that.
thumbs up from members.
Yep.
Great.
I'm seeing, yep. I see
Thank you.
consensus.
Susan, before we move to the next agenda item, there are a couple of other introductions that I want to make. First, I wanted to allow Lisa Phipps, who's joined us, to introduce herself.
Good morning, everybody. Lisa Phipps, manager for the Oregon Coastal Management Program and the Ocean and Coastal Services Division within the department. I'm sorry I got here late, but we have a LCDC meeting coming up this week that we needed to do a little prep for, and I walked in on the best part of hearing this get the approval to move forward. So I'm very excited about that.
As are we. Thank you,
And
Lisa.
then I also wanted to recognize that we have Commissioner Leanne Thompson with us. She is our agency's liaison to OPAC on the LCDC Commission. So welcome, Commissioner Thompson. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Thank you. I'm a Clatsop County Commissioner. This is year 12 of 12 for me. I live between the Falcon Cove, the Cape Falcon Marine Reserve and the Oswald West State Forest for about the past almost 30 years. I started in state government in Michigan in 1968 and moved to Alaska for a number of years and have been in Oregon since 1983. So to be doing ocean work with you is wonderful for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, with that, I just want to send a big shout out to Joe and the Offshore Wind Working Group for doing such great work and getting those recommendations before us. Really appreciate that, and you get to handle it from here on out. And next, let's see, we have Chandra Ferrari with the Governor's Executive Order on the resilience of natural and working lands. Welcome, Chandra.
Thank you, Susan. Nice to see you all this morning. Again, for the record, my name is Chandra Ferrari. I am the Natural Resources Policy Advisor for Governor Kotek, and really excited to be able to give you an update on Executive Order 2526 today. And would also send my apologies to Commissioner Thompson, this is going to be a little bit redundant because we were actually before LCDC a few weeks ago, giving them an update as well. So my plan is to go over the main components of the executive order relatively quickly, talk a little bit about how we're planning to implement, give you a status update on where we are at with some of those elements, and then move into discussion. So apologies, we've been using pretty bare bones slides for our board and commission presentations, but we'll stay on this one for just a second. So in its simplest form, Executive Order 2526 really is a call to our agencies to take urgent action to promote the resilience of our natural and working lands and waters and our communities. So I want to be really clear that the inclusion of waters, of course, was intentional and does include our coastal and marine waters. The governor was really interested in pursuing this topic and the scope of what you're going to see in this executive order really for a number of reasons. And the first is an acknowledgement that we have a unique structure in Oregon with our natural resource boards and commissions. We have 14 natural resource agencies. We have 34 boards and commissions that are all doing some level of natural resource related work. And we really do not have an overarching Department of Natural Resources, a DNR, or anything like that, which you might find in some of the other some other states that kind of help coordinate natural resource work. And again, we have really empowered boards and commissions as well that set policy and manage natural resources. And so it's really a lot of actors and players in Oregon government that are moving forward our natural resource policy work. So an acknowledgement of this, and also an acknowledgement of the fact that we have a really quite small portion of our budget that goes towards natural resources. It is really extremely important that we are as aligned as possible and as coordinated as possible in our work around natural resources. So really the intent of the executive order in its highest form was to provide kind of a North Star, if you will, for all of our agencies and boards and commissions that are doing natural resource related work. And of course, natural and working lands, waters, and communities was a particular interest to our governor as well, because I don't need to tell any of you, but the immense value of our natural and working lands and waters to Oregon is immense. They provide a range of benefits, including economic benefits and environmental benefits and cultural benefits and social benefits. And there's also a unique opportunity to increase carbon sequestration with a lot of the actions that we can take to build resilience as well. And then we also know that resilient natural and working lands and waters is a component of resilient communities. And so that kind of drove the decision-making, as well as an acknowledgement that we're experiencing significant change in Oregon, including changes to water availability, to changes to the severity and occurrence of wildfire, changes to our sea level rise, and ocean hypoxia, changes to precipitation, snow accumulation. This year we have really, really, really low snowpack, and that's probably an indicator of what we are to be expecting in the future. And these changes can and do impact the resiliency of our lands and waters, and we know that. And therefore, they're also their ability to provide multiple benefits to Oregon, to Oregonians. Finally, we recognize to retain these values with the changes that are coming, that we really need to be taking urgent action to build the resiliency of our lands and waters so that they are better able to adjust to these changes or persist, in light of these changes. And probably the last theme that you'll see in the executive order, again, is recognizing that, collectively, the agencies, this executive order is directed toward them. That's what executive orders typically are able to do, right? Direct our agencies in their work. But it's an acknowledgement that we can't do work around our natural and working lands and waters alone. We really are best served by working together with our tribes, with our stakeholders, and leveraging our resources and capacity and as coordinated in a strategic way as possible going forward. So those are kind of the underlying, themes that you might see in the executive order and what really drove our governor to prioritize this topic for natural resources. Next slide, please. So I'll just give a quick overview of what's in the executive order. The first component was a level setting component. It was really trying to get us to get on the same page in a relatively short order fashion about what it means to be striving towards resilience, right? What do resilient lands and waters, what does that mean? What characteristics do resilient lands and waters have? We wanted our agencies to be able to have a common understanding of that. At the same time, we recognize that a lot of work has been done in the resiliency space already. There's a lot of strategies, there's a lot of best available science out there, and we know that what we really need to do in a lot of these circumstances is to, again, prioritize our work and really make sure that we're moving forward. And so this charge was about pulling our agencies together to develop resilience attributes based on best available science, based upon existing plans and strategies, and do kind of a concerted effort to get us on the same page before we move into thinking about specifically how we're going to implement the directives of the EO. So we charged ODFW and OWEB with convening an interagency team to do this work. They actually have recently, well, I guess I'll go more into this bucket. I'll tell you where they're at in this further down the presentation. But we did direct ODFW and OWEB to lead on this work, and they've taken a number of steps to do that, which I'll talk about in just a bit. So that was the first component of the EO. The second was really about furthering actions that will protect and promote high resiliency natural and working lands and waters. And there's a component that has a focus on working lands and waters, and there's a component that's more focused on natural lands and waters. And on the working lands and waters, this is again directed at our agencies and having them do a hard evaluation that looks at programs, policies, practices that our agencies engage in that support diverse products from working lands and waters that also provide co-benefits. So where are we intersecting and providing some level of resource or some sort of technical resources, financial resources that assist in securing these sorts of practices? And how can we expand our toolbox, or how can we improve our toolbox in this way? So we're having our agencies kind of do a deep evaluation of that. There's also a very targeted action. Actually, it's one of the more targeted actions in the executive order in this section. And it's really focused around thinking about the resilience of nearshore resources and how we incentivize and promote globally competitive ocean reliant products that are derived through sustainable practices. So there's a pretty targeted call out here that's asking DSL, the Department of Land and Conservation Development, Department of Fish and Wildlife to work with you all at OPAC and also with the Oregon Ocean Science Trust and Oregon Sea Grant to really think about what opportunities are out there to support long-term resilience in a way that is thinking about our nearshore resources, our ecosystems, and also our industry. The next section was more the focus on natural lands and waters, and there's a pretty specific call out here for our agencies to support or further actions that will improve the resiliency through connection, restoration, protection, or conservation of lands and waters within 10 years. So again, that's 10% improvement in resiliency over 10 years. And our agencies have a lot of latitude to think about how to implement this directive, but the executive order does ask that they really think about what actions will be most meaningful for protecting and promoting high resiliency areas, where we have the potential to maximize co-benefits with our actions. And really, we've asked them to think about durability as well of our actions. And so those are the working and natural lands components. Oh, I should mention also in natural lands, there's a component in there as well about taking a hard look at our mitigation solutions and thinking about where we may be able to innovate in that space, recognizing that some of our mitigation programs are struggling, I think, to meet their original intent, both providing some level of frustration for agencies that are trying to protect ecological functions in a lot of spaces, and also folks that are trying to develop and looking for mitigation options. So we're taking a hard look at our mitigation programs as well. The next bucket of actions in the executive order is around essentially walking the walk or leading by example. So where we have agencies that own or manage lands or waters, we are asking them to implement climate resiliency strategies as a co-benefit of whatever the current management objectives are. And it's really clear in that section that this also applies to state-owned submerged and submersible lands and waters, including territorial sea. And finally, there's a last bucket, and this is quite a large bucket, but there's a couple discrete things within it around building community resiliency. And the first piece for the community section is supporting our state resilience officers' efforts to develop a plan for a resilient Oregon. This is an effort that's underway where we are working with community partners to identify strategies that will help communities adapt and thrive in the face of climate risks. And it's really a ground up process where there's community groups that are being convened in different geographies across Oregon, kind of funneling information and recommendations up to a state level group that is then kind of putting some recommendations together that's also informed by some work some university partners are doing to synthesize strategies and information from existing plans. So this is a broader scope than natural and working lands and waters, of course. It's all factors that are looped into community resilience, but natural and working lands is a component of that as well. And then we have a section around protecting Oregon from catastrophic wildfire. And there's the heavy emphasis on us implementing our 20-year landscape resiliency plan and increasing the pace and scale of our efforts to do that. So this is really about thinking about the extent and scale of our forest treatments, our prescribed burning, how we're maximizing funding under our federal agreements, or agreements with the federal government, like our Good Neighbor Authority and things like that. So that wraps up. And again, I'm sorry I went through this relatively quick and that's all quite broad, but I was hoping to just give you a flavor of how the executive order is structured and some of the main substantive components that you'd find in it. What we also have in there, though, is a section around how we're planning to implement the work and the directives in those substantive portions. And the first is that, again, we talked about putting together an interagency team, right, that's led by ODFW and OWEB to think about resiliency attributes. We have done that. There's also a directive to convene an interagency leadership team to support implementation efforts and strategize on how we're going to advance the directives of the EO. That's convened under the governor's office. We've done that as well. All of our all of our agencies have a representative on the EO leadership team. We've also have a process that's established in the executive order for each of our agencies that has a role to play in implementing one of the directives. They are to put together work plans that they share with their oversight boards and commissions, and there's an opportunity for public comment that's contemplated in the executive order for us to really be able to collaborate, together within the leadership team and think strategically about how we advance the EO, but then go to their separate agencies, their separate processes to intersect with their stakeholders and with folks that may be interested in those particular components of the plan. And so we are currently in the process of thinking about the work plan process, and the development of those is in motion, but we're kind of awaiting attributes to be finalized, and then those will be shared with boards and commissions probably later summer, early fall. The other thing that the EO requires is the formation of an advisory group that is comprised of board and commission members that will again meet semi-regularly to help advise on implementation efforts. That group has not been formed yet, but we do have a meeting in May with our board chairs and our natural resource agency directors to discuss the EO and kind of how we're planning to implement that provision. And then there's some other accountability pieces in the executive order around reporting on our progress and around looking at our key performance measures that our agencies currently report on to see if we can't make some adjustments there to make sure that we really are tracking things that are meaningful and important for this work. So that's kind of the process component that you might find in the executive order as well. Talking a little bit about where we are now in implementation. Number one, I mentioned the resiliency attribute development process. OWEB and ODFW recently convened a 3-day collaborative design workshop to hear from content experts on suggestions and feedback around defining resilient attributes. That occurred in March. It was facilitated by Oregon Consensus. And really, again, they were focused on kind of these broader attributes, right, that are going to help drive our work. But they also recognized in the context or in the course of that workshop that it would be useful to develop some initial indicators as well that could be used to track progress toward the attributes. So they did a little bit of that as well. And they wanted to be really clear that that process is really not trying to get into the level of metrics, though, that are really needed to operationalize indicators and attributes. But that is something that we are hoping that where possible, our agencies are going to perhaps try to do in their work plans. So anyway, so we had this 3-day workshop. It was open to the public. There was a live stream of it as well. And that deliverable, the draft attributes that were put together after kind of synthesizing the things that the agencies heard over the 3-day design workshop, that's currently out for public comment. I think they're hoping for comment back from folks by May 1st. And you can track the attribute process too on OWEB's website. They have a page devoted to this process as well, and I'm happy to share that link later. And then just wanted to note too that we also had a day within that 3-day workshop where we had invited tribes to provide feedback on the process as well, and did get some really great feedback from tribes. So that is where the attribute process is at. Once public feedback comes in after the May 1st deadline, that there'll probably be another round of adjustments in response. And I'm not sure if they're going to share it again for more input or if they're planning to finalize after that point. And actually, finalizing is also a little bit misleading in that we are asking them to finalize for the purposes of allowing us to kind of start moving forward on our work plans. But we do recognize that there's going to be perhaps an iterative nature to this. And as we learn more information and see how things are working, we may want to adjust those attributes or indicators over time. So just wanted to note that as well. As I mentioned before, our leadership team is formed. We are working on some draft work plans. We're also thinking about our budgets. So our sequencing is not quite as perfect as it could have been, but our agencies are charged with thinking about their budget requests already for their ARBs. Our governor's request budget will be due at the end of the year. We aren't expecting to have tons of resources this year, unfortunately. That's kind of been the state of play for the last couple of years now. But what we've asked our agencies to do in the context of their work plans is really think about how they prioritize, stretch their dollars, right, to get as much resilience benefit out of everything they do. And then to the extent that we find that we have some new resources for maybe new POPs, we'll wait for some revenue forecasts to come out. What the governor's direction has been is that those are going to be more likely to advance if they are connected to one of her key objectives and or consistent with, in the case of natural resources, her resilient CEO. So our agencies are looking at, we're calling them kind of pipeline requests, thinking of putting together some strategic asks that if we do have more revenue available, that we'll be able to do some targeted investments towards things that will be important for furthering the objectives of the EO. So that's what the leadership team is working on as well. Again, we are expecting that those work plans that they are producing are going to be shared for public feedback with their boards and commissions later this summer or the beginning of fall, so that we're kind of on a cadence to have those finalized consistent with when our budget asks are being finalized as well. We'll have our board and director retreat at the end of May. And following that, we're going to have the formation of our board commission team that, again, will be helping us implement and providing advice on the implementation of our EO. And then just to note that our office has been meeting with all of our, I'll call them our oversight boards and commissions, not all 34, but our main board oversight boards and commissions to update on the executive order and to I guess, start the dialogue about how they can engage and help us with implementation efforts moving forward. So that is where we're at in a nutshell with implementation. Happy to take any questions and think about intersections with OPAC and the implementation team.
Wow, thank you. That was a lot.
Sorry, I should have probably given
no,
your slide
all
there.
good. It's all good information. So, but it did generate some questions. So I'll go to Natalia and then Amelia.
Thank you. And thank you, Chandra. It was really very useful to see the strategy and vision. So I have a question about the key question. How was the 10% was established? Is was like any research before that? Because based on my previous experience, 12 years working with climate change internationally and design climate change strategy, resilience and IPCC Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change already defined the main components: mitigation, adaptation, funding, and capacity building. So everything, all attribute building up through that. But then establishing the baseline basically, and we have it in our Executive Order 2025, but something should lead to that baseline. Usually it's based on the statistic and the state land and land use inventory, what we have. And then whatever the government or hire consultant firm or whatever research institute, and they usually do projection for the climatic change in the future. And usually it's compromise for scenario. The first one, business as usual. We have this one from 2025. Second scenario based on mitigation. We consider only mitigation. The third one, only adaptation. And the fourth one, we consider mitigation and adaptation together. And this is what is resilience. So we want to go through that path. And once we have that projection, then we can pick it up and say, okay, we need 10% or 15% based on those projections. And then we ask agency to develop action plan to achieve those targets. So this is usually how it works in different countries and on the UNFCCC Climate Change Convention and Paris Agreement. So I'm wondering how was the 10% was established for waters and land, both of them? Thank you.
That's a great question. And yeah, there's a little bit of a backwards nature of it. And you'll note that we were aware of some of the other efforts that have occurred too. A lot of it's in the 30 by 30, the 40 by 40 strategies. And those are really centered around protection in a large way. And we didn't have quite the level of information at our fingertips to do this in a super refined way. And we also didn't necessarily want to limit the actions that would be qualifying to protection related. Like to us, building resilience can mean, if you're thinking about durability, can be a broader set of actions. If you're able to sustain that for some reasonable period of time to be able to derive the benefit. So it was a little bit more of a back of the napkin calculation regarding what we think we would be able to achieve in a 10-year timeframe based on where we are and a broader definition of what it means to build resilience. But that said, we are leaving this question specifically to our agencies to think about what the baseline should be and think about what qualifying actions should count towards achieving it. That work is going to be ongoing now that we are structuring it. So they are going to have to take some actions like to meet our budget right now in our first work plan cycle, which may be that they do a 1-year work plan this time just to kind of get going while we're still creating some of these other deliverables. They're going to be firming up some of that. So it was based on thinking about a broader set of qualifying actions and resiliency indicators and what we thought could be achievable in 10 years based upon our land base and some numbers that we had around what was already under some sort of durable level of protection. But it does contemplate that we are, especially on the land side, that we are counting actions of others that we are supporting. Like you would have to see some outcomes on your federal lands, for instance, that we think are improvements in resiliency and stuff like that. So yeah, there's going to be more to come, but just note that we did things a little bit out of sequence to give them a charge and then backtrack into how are we going to provide some bookends and parameters around this.
Thank you so much. Just quick follow-up. So basically, that strategy till 2035, yeah, 10 years.
Yes.
So some targets should be achieved by that year.
Yes.
But do you consider that, for instance, now the agency is still developing all of those metrics, and they need time to develop action plan, and then we have kind of, I don't know, maybe 5 years to achieve those targets. It's not. Do you think it's realistical?
Yeah, I think we, again, we'll work with our agencies on the time frame, and it may be that extends out a little bit to get them that full 10 years. But the reality of it is that we knew it was ambitious. We want something out there that is, I think it is realistic if you move in a prioritized way and quickly, and again, depending on how we define what is qualifying and how we define our baseline. But it is ambitious. It's not going to be easy. And it's also an acknowledgement that some of these processes that we're hoping to get put into place to do some of this work sometimes it's just structuring those priorities and getting momentum going with what you're trying to achieve, because we're not all going to be around here, forever in these jobs necessarily, right, for the next 10 years, 20 years. So it's kind of getting momentum around these things and some infrastructure built so that, you have a more streamlined path and people are kind of rowing in that same direction. So yes, I don't think it's exactly set in stone right this moment that they would have to be, December 2035, that we have this. We'll have more of that specificity over the next several months where we're reestablishing kind of our expectations and what it means to meet the intent of the EO.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, and please consider marine spatial planning that we are talking today, because it would require DLCD on our park up to next 5 years to do that before we can analyze everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Natalia and Chandra. I have Amelia followed by Joe.
Hi, Chandra. Thank you for all that information. I know you're still early in forming budget and effort and where everything's going moving forward, but I was hoping you could speak a little bit more towards, I guess, a little bit of a breakdown of what specific strategies or goals or efforts are targeting marine and coastal environments specifically for this executive order. Thank you.
Sure. No, I appreciate that. I'm not going to speak a lot to that at this moment. And part of that is because you'll notice the executive order is different maybe than what you've seen in previous executive orders, in that we weren't really prescriptive with our agencies in terms of actions. We were a little bit more prescriptive in terms of the target that we were expecting for them to meet, like with our 10 by 10. And so they are currently in the process of brainstorming. And actually what I've asked them to do is there's some lead agencies under each of those buckets of work that are starting to convene to do some of that brainstorming. And ideally what we're talking about is them being really thoughtful of things that might advance in combination with the different agencies that have a part to play in it, and thinking strategically about what those things might be. And so they're doing that now. And so I don't want to step in front of the process. We were trying not to be prescriptive about it. And it's just going to be a pretty dynamic, I think, 6 months, maybe, or three to 4 months, maybe, where they're trying to do this scoping about, how do they best achieve the objectives? What's consistent to do within the context of our existing budget box? What more could we do if we had a little bit more of a budget box, and thinking strategically about that? And then what I've also asked for is leveraging where we know there's energy, interest, partnerships, other funding opportunities outside of the state. Where can we lean into that to get more outcome or more resilient bang for our buck? So that's kind of the parameters they're operating under right now. But I have not, suggested anything in particular. We certainly have talked about territorial sea plan. We certainly have talked about the Rocky Shores management plan. Andy and I've had some great conversations about what other states have done in terms of setting objectives and metrics for different habitat types, and tracking progress toward that. So there's very interesting things and tools that I think might come into play for the ocean environment, but that's about all I think I would probably say on it at the moment.
Wonderful. Thank you. Joe, go ahead.
Thanks, Suzanne. Yeah, thanks, Chandra, for the presentation. It's great to see where that's coming along. And my question was very similar to Amelia's. I just wanted to get a sense of what kind of discussions are going on regarding oceans and the marine environment regarding the EO, but it sounds like the agencies are currently scoping that out, and I assume that will be available there will be I think you mentioned the work plans that will come out, and those will be then available for public comment at that time. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so in thinking about, OPAC's role, I think it would be helpful for OPAC to engage in the different opportunities that are presented under the implementation efforts right now. And I'd say that there's a few things, right? There are going to be these defined engagement opportunities like the Resilient CEO that are going to come up on occasion, right? When we're doing specific products like that. But then there's also the infrastructure that we have is that there is a work plan being developed, right? Actually, all of your agencies that have a role on OPAC, DSL, ODFW, right, DLCD, they all have a representative at the EO implementation team. They're all going to be developing work plans. They're all going to be sharing those work plans with boards and commissions. And so I think maybe having an opportunity for some dialogue here as those work plans are being put together, you know, setting up some time in particular with your DLCD staff as those work plans are being put together to think about how actions and activities that you could advance align with the objectives of the EO. And again, what, you know, we want folks to be thinking realistically in the budget box and like you all are already thinking about timeframes and like what can we accomplish over what scope, but also if there was a strategic investment or, you know, are there opportunities we should be thinking about leaning into right now because they're particularly compelling, because there's a particular threat or stressor, or because there's a particular partnership, you know, those are the sorts of things that would be helpful for us to know. And we've been trying to compile uniting themes. Like what I would like to be able to have is a couple key, you know, like again, all of our agencies doing things consistent with the EO as best they can and thinking about priorities. But then we have a couple strategic lean in opportunities as well that cross maybe agency boundaries that are about a very important theme that we would want to drive forward, right? And those may be sometimes resource allowing or partnerships allowing or whatever it is, but those are the sorts of things we're scoping right now too. So that would be my recommendation for OPAC is it'd be great for you all to think about, you know, engaging with your agencies that are funneling up through the EO leadership team, commenting when there are those opportunities present, and then, you know, helping with the brainstorm of what should the state be leaning into right now.
And it's appropriate to get a sneak preview of the work plans as they're being developed from the agencies for OPAC to provide some input so the final versions can be
I think it's a fair assessment to ask your staff if they can come have that dialogue with you about things that are being contemplated, yes, or get your feedback on
sure.
things. Yeah.
I'm just thinking of like, I think even Nadia alluded to that, you know, and we just had a motion go forward that, you know, a marine spatial planning study, maybe there could be a piece in there that looks at, you know, climate resilient habitats, and that would be feeding two birds with one seed on there, and trying to look for those synergies. And also just the recognition, and I think it's recognized in the State Wildlife Action Plan that there's some critical climate resilient habitats on the coast, you know, eelgrass and the rocky habitats. So I think having some emphasis on those, and of course TSP3 is the rocky habitats chapter. I think looking at those as we're thinking about how they're updated through the lens of the EO would be important.
Yep, I 100% agree with that.
Okay,
yeah,
great, thank you.
And I do think that there should be, you know, the opportunity for dialogue as those work plans are being created, and then once they come to the boards and commissions, they should still be draft. So that is also another, you know, comment opportunity as well. I should note too, if there's ever anything of particular interest in that lines of, you know, you guys should be leaning in here, leaning in there, going up through the representatives makes sense, but you can all also put together an OPAC communication that goes to the EO leadership team or goes to our office or something like that too.
Cool.
And I will note, you guys are also should be consulted with as part of the work planning efforts around, again, that nearshore resiliency piece is a really important and very particular carve out that was unique in that EO. So that is an important space for some really direct dialogue with you all as well.
Yep, definitely. Thank you, Chandra. Natalia has another question. Go for it, Natalia.
Yeah, thank you. Just quick question. Well, I know, not question, but with the baseline 2025, you already mentioned that agency did a lot before, a lot of work that should be considered as mitigation action, as adaptation actions, and etc. So I'm wondering if the baseline should be a little bit earlier than 2025, because if we start now, we basically missed everything that was done before, or maybe like U.S. National Greenhouse Gases Inventory. Each country report to the Convention Climate Change Paris Agreement. As I remember, last time IBS revised was 2005 to allow the tracking. So that's I'm wondering, or maybe you can discuss during the meeting about the baseline to move a little bit different to consider past actions.
I appreciate that point, and that is definitely something, again, like I'll leave to our agency team and note that as well, though. They do have some flexibility within the team really to determine what the baseline should look like and what the qualifying action should be. So there is a lot of room for conversation there and different approaches, because I can see a rationale for that. We don't want to make it look like we're letting them start the exercise on third base or anything like that, right? Of course, but we are trying to be reasonable. I mean, this is about getting the outcomes. It's not, I don't want to end up in a space where we're just being overly prescriptive or weirdly performative or anything like that, right? I think we're all looking for outcomes on the ground, and however we can best structure it to move the needle and get where we need to is, I think we would certainly be open to that. So thank you for the suggestion.
Great. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, Chandra. Do we have any other questions for Chandra? Well, I'm not seeing any. So I think you covered everything.
Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to chat with you all today, and looking forward to more dialogue on this going forward. And thank you so much, Susan, for your service as well. It's been very nice to work with you.
Yeah, thank you for being here. This was great. Lot to take in, and I know that 3-day workshop was very helpful. That was amazing. I missed part of it because I had to be gone, but that was an amazing.
Oh, good. I've heard great things about it, so I'm really pleased it went off. It was a little bit of an ambitious effort to think you could pull folks together for 3 days, but
It was, yeah, but
well.
it worked. It was really interesting too. I learned a lot too.
Excellent.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Andy, it looks like we went over our break for a little bit. I guess I want to check in with Jessica and Scott. Are you a little bit flexible on time if we take a little extra time, if we take a break now?
I think it was actually Natalia and Scott.
Oh,
Jessica's,
Natalia, sorry,
yeah.
just as this afternoon. That's right. Sorry, Natalia and Scott. Thank you.
And I would, does the group want a break, or do we want to push on through until lunch? Because we will have an hour break at lunch. So
Sure.
we could take 5 now and come back. I'm seeing a
5
head nod for a 5-minute break. Yeah.
Yeah, 5 would be good.
Let's do a 5-minute break, and then so come back at 11:20, and then Natalia will go then. And Natalia, let's test the screen share soon here, so we can just maybe put your slides up, and that way we're ready to go right when we come back.
Back? Are we mostly back, or give it another 30 seconds? Okay, I'm seeing mostly a few of us have our cameras on. If you could just turn on your camera or hit a thumbs up in the reaction and let us know you're back, we'll get started again. Okay, I think we're here. Natalia, back to you for undersea cables.
Okay, thank you so much. You can hear me, yes?
Yep, we can hear
Just
you.
to
And we
check.
can
Sometimes
see
I
your
have
screen.
problem with the sound. Okay, so I will be presenting our last update about undersea cable rulemaking, administrative rules, so we call it Division 83. And okay, I try to now doesn't go through. Interesting. I press next slide, but it's not active.
Try and make sure you're interacting with the PowerPoint and not the Zoom through the Zoom window.
Okay, here's,
There you
yes, that was the issue. Yes, and to guide you through my presentation today, I will be talking a little bit about historical context, how we come up to the Division 83 rulemaking, and then guide through the process, Rule Advisory Committee meeting and timelines we need to meet, Senate bill deadlines, and also what our last update about those RAC meetings, key changes we propose in Division 83 and main comments we receive. So just that everyone on the same page, Division 83, our administrative rules 1410883, is basically rules for granting easements for fiber optical cables and other cables in the territorial sea. And there's three reasons we need to update, amend those rules right now. The first one, that Division 83 was adopted in 1999. It's old, more than 25 years. 25 years old, and of course technology are developing, market is changing, and etc. More cables, ocean become more populated, and we need to consider environmental aspects, economical, social aspects, and different impacts, and etc. So that the number one reason. The second one, Territorial Sea Plan Part 4 was amended in 2023, and we had Part 4 working group established. There is quite significant change were made, and one of them, first of all, Territorial Sea Plan Part 4 now consider not just fiber optical cable, but all undersea infrastructure. It could be cables, it could be fiber optical, telecommunication cables, power cables, it could be different fixture, pipelines, hydrogen in the future maybe, and etc. That also related to our Division 83, because previously, or currently it's still old version, it's considered mostly cables as fiber optical cables and other cables. So we are amending now also to consider those amendment changes in the Part 4 of the Territorial Sea Plan, that this rule will be covering also all undersea infrastructure. So under Part 4 of the Territorial Sea Plan, main changes were made, including requirements of joint agency review team pre-application meeting for any project who want to land cables or any undersea infrastructure in the territorial sea 3 miles from the shore. And DSL is actually leading the JART, Joint Agency Review Team. Then undersea infrastructure on the cables considered critical infrastructure, and requirements in the Part 4 resource use inventory and effect evaluation. Those main key changes were made that we need to update and incorporate, and also to be aligned with the Part 4 in our Division 83 rules. And the third one, at Senate Bill 793, that was adopted in last year, and that's relate for establishing a fee structure for undersea infrastructure, cables, and other utilities in the territorial sea. And this is, we have very short deadline that all those fees should be start to be in effect from January 1st, 2027. And here is a kind of fish diagram, a little bit with the historical context and connection to Territorial Sea Plan Part 4. If we start from the tail of this fish, you could see like Part 4 was also 2000, well, the same time as the Division 83. And here on the upper ribs, fish ribs, that's, I pointed out, internal DSL event and discussion happening, and low ribs, those external kind of factor and discussions. And back to Territorial C Plan Part 4 and House Bill 2603 that was adopted after those situation with H cable and abandonment equipment during HDD drilling in the Territorial Sea. The House Bill 2603 was produced and asked OPAC to establish working group in 2022 and work through the amendment of the Territorial Sea Plan Part 4, considering all different aspects. So as Andy already mentioned, that part of that working group discussion, there was geological suitability assessment study done by DLCD, also cable best practice. DSL, that time we did California and Washington case study to see how much neighboring state are charging for cables. And the fee structure, actually the first appearance and requirements for the fee structure was in the House Bill 2603. But that time, working group, OPAC working group, was not able to address that issue, and DLCD prepared memo to the legislation. And the reason was that it was outside of the scope of working group because in order to establish fee structure, we need to go through the statutory changes as before, and currently in the old version, we only have established by statute $5,000 application fee for all cables, granting easements for 20 years, nothing else. So DSL didn't have authority to change those fees because it was fixed in the statute. And we need to go through that amendment. That time, DLCD prepared the memo. The same time in 2023, DSL, because our rules are old enough, we start to discuss how we can improve our application process for the easements to make it more predictable, easy for companies who apply, but also considering our internal staff capacity and what should be improved there. So we did interview in 2023, it's here asking our DSL staff how much time they spent to review application, but also we did interview with the industry, telecommunication company, what they're thinking need to be improved in those rules. And then in 2025, the Senate bill that I already mentioned, 793, come up that actually give authority to DSL to establish, to change that fee from 5,000 and ask DSL now to establish application fee, application renewal fee, and compensation rates that should be effective from January 1st, 2027. So based on that Senate bill requirements, DSL did try to reach out other coastal states to understand how much they charge, because yeah, it's kind of, you can just take number and put the application fee and compensation rate, particularly with compensation rate. So we did that internal reaching out to the state, and then last year during October, November, December, we drafted text of the Division 83 and also discuss and agree the text with our sister agency. And then we come up to Division 83 Rulemaking Advisory Committee establishment. And here is the schedule for this year. We have planned 5 RAC Rule Advisory Committee meetings, and we already had 3 of them in February, March, and the last one, April 8. So we discuss, basically we went through section by section, discussing the text, making presentation, discuss application, process, discuss fee structure, compensation formula, and etc. And the next one, we plan to have meeting on May 6th and then June 5th if needed. We may not need it. So that's actually was rescheduled from May 27 because it's a little bit conflict with the offshore wind roundtable meeting that day. So this is our plan. And then from July 1st, we plan to start public comments period and public hearing in 3 coastal cities. We now considering to cover the coast, Coos Bay, Florence, Newport on Lincoln City, and Seaside. So we still need to have internal discussion what to pick up for those 3 cities. But any suggestion you think priority to make a public hearing there would be welcoming from OPAC. And then in July, all public comments period should be done. And then August, we have a couple of weeks to prepare everything for the State Land Board. We plan to bring final Division 83 rules on State Land Board meeting October 13, but all materials should be provided to the State Land Board 2 months in advance. So basically middle of August, kind of end of August, we need to submit everything, the final materials for the State Land Board meeting. And then we expect that it will be approved and it start to be effective from January 1st, 2027. Yes, with this rulemaking process, we do have very short period of time. And usually rulemaking process take 18-25 months. But in our case, because Senate bill gave us that requirements, we need to consider those requirements as well. And here is, I just want to give the comparison. What is the difference between the old version from the left side? You see 1999, what sections or rules we had, and what we have now in the new version. Basically, the green color, you see, this is completely new section. And we consider based on all those interviews we did in 2023, asking company what should be improved about application process. And we also consider fee structure, coastal state, reaching out and survey that we did with questionnaire. It was internal. It's not like DSL hire some company to do that research. We just reach out, try to understand how much they charge. So basically some section, why they're still the same, but they are broadening. For example, definitions. We use a lot of new definition because we need to align the Division 83 to Territorial Sea Plan Part 4. So those section, based on the what amendment was in the Part 4, we of course using that to align our Division 83, and so many definition we look to Part 4 of the Territorial TSP to adopt them there. So they're still the same, but they are broadening. The yellow orange one, this is basically also the same, but we just rename them and also broadening. For example, if we have cable easements application requirements, we have now easements application requirements because it's not just fiber optical cable, it's all undersea infrastructure. So such kind of change. Yes, and you see, related to Part 4 of TSP, we include separate section rule about JART pre-application meeting, and we have form that applicants need to submit. Decommissioning and recovery, this is also a separate section, and that's required in the Part 4 of the Territorial Sea decommissioning plan. And we will have this year the first decommissioning plan, which is planned to be submitted to DSL for one of our cables. So that would be the first one. We included encroachment easements application process, considering that situation with H cables back to 2020. And of course, completely new application fee, compensation rate, and encroachment easement fee and compensation. So those main section, and comments, we're still reviewing our comments and we're still receiving by email from RAC members different comments, but the main related to connection to the territorial C plan part 4, we receive particular comments about resource use, inventory and effect evaluation. That yes, it's mentioned in the territorial C plan and there is a list of everything, but RAC members ask a particular industry representative, they ask to be more specific and to create a checklist, what should be there. The comments about separation standards, and that's related to cable routing study that we do need. First time we propose 300 meters of separation standard, but that kind of minimum that required by International Cable Protection Committee just for repairing cables. So if we have power cables and telecommunication cable together, or sometimes they can cross, we need to have kind of separation standard in case one of them need to be repaired, that it's not touch or damage other cables. So we included those 300 meters as minimum, but usually International Cable Protection Committee suggests the separation standard to water depths, but we consult with our sister agency. It's a little bit not possible to achieve in Oregon state water. So that's why we need those studies to understand our unique environmental and rocky habitats and where we can land cable, or do we need the corridors, or do we need a separation standards, or combination of both of them, and which location specifically. And of course, considering disaster risk management, because Cascadia subduction zone and climate resilience order as well. So those comments we receive mostly. Also, currently we have our easements for 20 years. So we granted that easements and the cable barrier and the seabed for 20 years. Industry asked to extend that term, and they're asking easements for 25 years. End of the kind of life cycle of the cables. Also, question about inspection that I do want to bring to OPAC, because inspection, the part 4 TSP saying that DSL can conduct inspection, whatever is needed, and we have a language in part 4, the schedule of DSL, but also after the main geological event like earthquake. So the RAC member asked to be specific about that, and specific, for example, they ask to put kind of limit saying, for instance, it should be 7 magnitude earthquake that company need to conduct if there is any damages of the cable. So we're still discussing it, because we cannot control nature, and even earthquake with 5 magnitude can damage cable. So limiting the to 7 magnitude, it doesn't make sense. So such kind of questions we need to consider, but this is language that brought in the part 4 of the territorial C plan. The RAC member asked a lot of clarification from that language and what should be included in the Division 83. Yes, and compensation, application compensation rate, that's the biggest discussion, because company need to pay more. And back to the DSL state, coastal state fee research we did, we tried to reach out in last year, 22 coastal states, and we just got 12 responses. All states have different methodology how they calculate and charge for cables and other utilities, but we found most of them, they used payment per linear foot of cables. So we decided to go with that, and this is just to show you in general, how much other states, those who use that methods per lineal foot, because some state can use appraisal, square foot, difference, even just negotiation. So this is just comparison how much other states charge per lineal foot for cables and other utilities in the territorial sea. And you could see like extreme cases, New York, $27 per lineal foot. Again, it kind of assumption, it show competition together with offshore wind, power cables, and telecommunication cables. California, we have our neighbor, $5 per lineal foot. So in our rules, we propose $3 per lineal foot. That's still quite low and feasible for reasonable calculated. This is what our also Senate bill asking for that. And based on that, to be reasonable, calculated based on that survey, but also using such kind of factors approach, simplicity, predictability, and reliability for industry, we come up with two figures. We basically, this is what Senate bill asks us to establish application fee. So we propose $15,000 for new application and $7,500 for the renewal one after 20 years when the company want to renew. And those application fee cover staff costs, cover JARD pre-application meeting the DSL need to organize, all the coordination with the different agency, and etc. And this is DSL administrative cost, but compensation rate that Senate bill asks established separately, we propose this formula and money going to the Common School Fund to fund K-12 education. So basically we have for cables and utility, we propose based on the survey $3 per lineal foot, and then we use length of the cable terms. Currently it's 20 years. We decided to go with diameter to a little bit see that separation. Fiber optical cables usually less than 3 inches in diameter. Everything else we can have a pipeline, which is a wastewater pipeline. You never know. Then we consider diameter in calculation, and for fixture we use authorized use area in square feet. So that's basically what we propose, and comments from the industry that is too high. Of course, it's too high compared just to $5,000 of application fee 25 years ago. But currently, this is the market, and we need to consider all those environmental consideration and impact, and also local community. So industry voices is too high, but community voices, they said $3, that's minimum should be charged per lineal foot based on the other state, how much they charge. So, but we still need to have discussion if we need to have adjustment and etc. And also I think one of the innovation to our new rules that considering climate resilience, considering that we know less what is happening under the water compared to the uplands, we do want to give opportunity for companies to incorporate sensor. This is now the technology developing for environmental monitoring. And for PATA's compensation rate, we propose 40% of discount, up to 40% discount based what they propose, what kind of sensor and data they can collect. Discount for compensation rate if the company want to introduce those sensor for environmental monitoring. This is my last slide. I just want to show this picture. I found that's really ocean and seabed become very populated with different devices, power, telecommunication cables. Some of them, they're existing, some of them developing, but also we are seeing mariculture development, and we will have presentation today later. All of those we need to understand, that's why we need, I put out that we need a cable corridor assessment study, because we should consider all different activity in the ocean, even mariculture, all those cables where we can land them to protect sensitive area, but also it's related in the future what kind of methods should be used for decommissioning cable to avoid environmental impact, our rocky habitats, and etc. But also sensor and environmental monitoring. It's quite new, and we have smart cables, but also company already use different observation fiber in the cable for their damage and repairing cable situation. But we also try to talk with about the sensor with International Cable Protection Committee. Oregon State University, they already used some of the fiber from existing company. They cooperate to do some research about wave regime. So they want to use this in the future. That's being said, the sensor and environmental monitoring, I think it's the data governance. You collect data. DSL can give discount, but it should be state cooperation, and also going through the OPAC and territorial sea plan amendment might be language need to be added about sensor and environmental monitoring in part 1 and 2, because data governance. Who own data? Should it be public available? What data should we collect to satisfy our climate resilience order? And also disaster risk management strategy that was adopted last year. So energy strategy. So all of them connected, and depends what data we will be gathering, also connected to offshore wind energy. Yes, that's why, I do want to highlight that we need those cable routine study. And then you see, because there is a connection between part 4 and part 5 of the territorial sea in our division 83 and other division 140, because currently our division 83 cover telecommunication cables, power cables, and other utilities and fixture, but it doesn't cover power cables from renewable energy facility. And this is our different rule that guide, this is rule division 140, that guide those cables separate in relation to part 5 of the territorial sea plan. And this is our future discussion, how we want to deal with that if DSL need to just to have one division and one rule for all territorial sea, or make it still in separation. Right now we have renewable energy facilities separate, and other cables and utilities and fixtures separate, but they're so much connected. That's why DSL really rely on and that process that happening with the OPAC and amendment of the territorial sea plan, all parts of that, because based on the result and updates of the territorial sea plan, we will need to update and amend our administrative rules and connect with the separation standard requirements, connect with the environmental monitoring, joint agency review team meeting, and also to understand how we can align all our administrative rules all together, because they're also still quite old. Yes, I think this is my last slide. Yes, and thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Wow,
I
thank
will
you,
stop
Celia.
sharing. Yes, please.
That was a lot of information. Thank you. We did have one question in the chat about the fees. Do the fees need to be set in rules? It seems inflexible. Can the rules just provide authority for the establishment and adjustment of fees, say every 5 years by the department?
Yeah, I'm just reading question.
Yeah. And I
Yeah.
know
Yeah, so that's why, yes, before, as I mentioned, fee was just $5,000 of application fee, that's all. And it was set in statute. Now, Senate bill asks us to establish them in rules. So we need to have them in rules. And why? Why are the rules not in the statute? Because that was discussed during also Senate bill hearing. Because if in the future, like today, we need to establish new fee or amend something, it's much more difficult to amend statute than administrative rules. That's why DSL has flexibility if the fee structure established, and this is also in other states, they give authority to those agencies, and we cooperate a lot with the California State Land Commission. What their practice, they do have flexibility to change those rules. So it should be established in, and it's established. It's flexible. I'm not sure what you mean is not flexible. We discussed with Department of Justice because yes, other states, some of them, they adjust the fee structure based on the CPI index every year, so it's increasing. Some states revise every 5 years, but our rules, I think it's the standard that all administrative rules revise every 5 years based on what's happening with the policy and etc. So for now, we have this language and this formula, but we do have language that's related to application fee, that director may increase application fee started from 2035, I think, but no more. There is a specific percentage of that per year using CPI index. Yes, so establishing the fee structure, and then we will publish kind of fee schedule, how much that the fee structure will be on our website. It's give more flexibility than it's established in the statute. And in case we need to revise, for example, with the renewable energy facility, it's easy to go through the rulemaking process with DSL, not with the statute bring to legislation every time. And again, if any of you will have this public comment periods, it will be published online. All comments are welcome in, and we are looking for any feedback that we can improve, because we propose what we learn from other states and what we did, but of course we want to hear from Oregonians and agencies.
Awesome. Thank you. Fran, did that answer your question? Okay. Any other questions or comments for Natalia? I know you had asked a couple questions like, did we have any input on the cities for the public hearings or,
yeah, I mean, whatever, maybe some city would be preference. Coos Bay, yes, we consider certainly, because it's also offshore wind side.
Right.
But then if we go up, Florence, Newport, Lincoln City, Seaside, those we still.
Okay. Do OPAC members have any comments on that or anything else? Any other questions? Or you can always communicate those separately. I just thought as long as we had everybody together right now. See.
Yeah, and also I ask about those 7 magnitude of the earthquake and inspection of cables. Yeah.
That's what my handwriting says, inspections. Can't read my own handwriting. Andy.
Yeah, on the topic of inspection of cables, I know we had a significant discussion at the working group where we talked about the companies and at that time there was a requirement that there was a inspection every 5 years, and a lot of discussion was had where we talked about kind of the applicability or the need to do that. And the fact is that, you know, once a cable has been buried out on the seafloor, it almost never became unburied. Like there was a 99% burial rate of the cables along the routes. And upon reinspection, there was no additional areas of the cables that had been exposed. And part of that is due to oceanographic forces and drivers in kind of the deep ocean sediments once you get below a depth where wave action is interacting with the seafloor and causing that kind of active sediment movement. So, you know, our group, you know, did not require there to be that interim 5-year period of reinspection. Certainly, we identified the fact that if there is a significant seismic event, that there should be, you know, some inspections of those cables, but those would most likely be driven by the industry themselves because they would be worried about their investment in the cables, and we would know pretty quickly if there were damages to the cables along the routes because they would start to malfunction. So I think the group decided not to be as prescriptive on the inspection, like the requirement, because we recognize that the companies have a self-interest to do that. So that's just a little bit of background on that topic in particular. My other thought was that because we have a lot of cables that land in Tillamook and County, and I think now in Clatsop County, that there should be probably a geographic distribution that favors the South Coast, kind of near where some of the cables come in to the South Coast. So Coos Bay makes sense, but also maybe Tillamook or Clatsop County someplace, because there's a lot of cables that come into that part of the coast. So that would be my comment about potential geographic locations for a public hearing.
Thank you.
Cool, thank you. Anybody else have questions or comments? Not seeing anybody. I guess we got all our questions answered. Okay, well, thank you, Natalia. Appreciate that. And if you do have a link to the, you know, review, let us know, or, you know, whatever. Okay, Andy, I guess we're at lunchtime. But we had Scott Groth to update us on the ODF&W nearshore ecological condition update. I don't know, should we do that and then break for a shorter lunch, or I guess, what do you think? I'm good with either continuing on and having a shorter lunch, or breaking now and coming back. And
I have not seen any responses yet to public comment, but my guess is that we will have some time after lunch that is made up if we do not have a number of comment speakers. And it does make sense actually to pair Scott's update on the nearshore ecological condition with then followed by the work of the Oregon Kelp Alliance. So conceptually, I think those things work well together, and he's able to present after lunch. So my suggestion is that we take our lunch break as scheduled, and I think we can probably make up the time afterwards if we don't have a large number of people wanting to provide testimony.
okay. Yes, I did put a couple of questions in the comments for anybody who would like to provide public comment, but haven't gotten any response. But again, if you do want to provide public comment at 1, please let us know in the chat. And Natalia, thank you for that link. That's helpful. Okay, Scott, I guess, Andy, did you check with Scott to make sure he's available after lunch? You did, okay.
You did.
Okay. in that case, I say let's break for lunch, grab something, get some more coffee for sure, and see you all at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, thank you. And Tom,
Welcome back, everybody. It's 1 o'clock. I did put one notice in the chat, the last call for public comment. If there's anybody online who wants to address OPAC, let us know. Drop your name in the chat or
wave your hands or do something.
yeah, do a dance. I don't care. Just let us know at this point. And just to be clear, we do want to hear from the public. So, you have anything?
Do not.
I'm not seeing anybody. I'm gonna give it one more minute.
Yep.
Just in case. Just because I don't like doing things. Just because I want to make it sure we can give the public the opportunity. I mean, I think we have, but still. Oh. I hope everybody got some lunch. Okay, I'm still not seeing anybody. So, Scott, if you're ready to go, Andy, if you do you have any other things for the good of the order before we let Scott take us into nearshore conditions?
Let's dive into the nearshore. Scott?
Okay. Oh, I like that. Okay, Scott, take it away.
All right, thanks. Hope, is that seeable by everybody?
Yep, we got you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, thanks to Chair Chambers and Tara. I really appreciate you guys' service and welcome to Joe and Duncan. Appreciate you guys stepping up and leading this group. What I have here is just a presentation of mostly focused on rocky kelp bed conditions recently from work that staff's done, characterizing this important species to kelp beds, which is kelp, of course, but also abalone, sea urchins, sea stars, and then segue this a little bit to what's happening with nearshore restoration and how that might affect OPAC. So now I'm going to have to toggle. Did it switch for you guys? Good. All right, so kelp forests, as we know, are great. Fishes use them, the complex structures that they form, not only the canopy you see on the left, but you dive underneath and you see it's just an important high biodiversity area for invertebrates, including these sea stars we see here and fishes, especially juvenile fishes. There's a number of grazers that depend on the kelp itself. Animals like abalones will eat mostly drift kelp, just kelp floating around the system. And red sea urchins in the lower right are another animal that eats a lot of drift kelp. So what has changed with kelp forests is in around 2014, if you remember, we first learned about blobs and heat waves. That heat wave really changed the game for kelp forests. And with the warmer water and the difference in larval transport that the ocean kind of started to exert at that time. In addition, sea star wasting syndrome came on at that time. That was the biggest marine epidemic of all time. It killed many of the sea star species along the West Coast. And also around that time, those oceanographic conditions were also great for sea urchins to recruit, which happens very rarely. So we had a boom of grazers, reduction of food, and then a kind of a trophic mess caused by the lack of sea stars. And this is just a grand view of the West Coast. And you see kelp responds poorly to El Nino conditions. You see that in 1997, 98. But these marine heat wave conditions have sort of made it a chronic lowering. So that's across the West Coast, it's chronically lowered. And I wanted to show you, we're used to seeing the canopies. This is a dive video from the surveys that I'll show you results from. And this is the exact same transect videoed in 2011 and 2019 at Orford Reef. And before I start it, you can see all this vegetation on the bottom here. That is pretty normal for a kelp bed. You see the canopy, but there's all sorts of stuff going on the bottom, and that's juxtaposed to the right where we have not as much. That's an algae. This video was made to kind of point out some algae. So there's some circles, but if you look on the right, all those little black dots are sea urchins. And then some sea stars mixed in there too. That was that note. And you see that one stalk raising up. That's Nereocystis, giant kelp that you're used to seeing, but the Lamnarias and other algae on the bottom are the subsurface ones we're less accustomed to seeing, but big inputs to the system. And this is the same place. It's pretty amazing to see the difference. That's a sea star that's now fairly absent.
Scott, is it the cable, unburied cable on the video?
No, but I like that you're always thinking about cables, Natalia. It's a transect line. They set a line at a fixed point and then go at a direction that's, so it's just a piece of rope that we reel back in.
Okay, thank you.
So less than $5 a foot, I believe. So that's what it looks like underneath. To look at this graphically in terms of canopy in the state, this is a work that our marine habitat program puts out. This is a aerial survey of kelp canopies in the different years. So if you look at, maybe I'll focus your attention to the center, which is Orford Reef. This is historically our biggest kelp bed community. It's got about 50% of the state's kelp historically. And you can see that change from the 2010 is the highest point on that graph to reduce to nearly zero, really, compared to what's expected. Other reefs like Rogue Reef, which is our other very big temperate offshore reef, has held out okay, and even Charleston has been okay. But some of the South Coast sites and Brookings very bad, and certainly Orford Reef very bad. So I'll talk a little bit about marine invertebrate surveys. These are for sea urchins, abalones, and sea stars. What we do with this is take divers out to the same sites that we've gone to since the 90s, essentially, and drop them down at a fixed site and send them along a transect tape that we just saw and count the stuff that's in there. So these are the results you'll see of that project. And to fund this, because really red sea urchins are the only fishing target. Most of these other ones are ecological issues. To fund this, this is patched through with a number of grants, such as CSWIG, OOST, OCRF, and our Commercial Fish Fund. We rely on partnerships to do this work. We rely on industry quite a bit, but also Oregon State, University of Oregon, and the Coast Aquarium. As we don't dive as a department, so we hire out that diving. So jumping into the species, talk about sea urchins first, and red sea urchins are the two big guys you see and kind of central to this photograph. The purple one and the red one, they're both red sea urchins. This is what the fishery is for. They generally live a little deeper than purple sea urchins, and they're much larger. And this last note I have, they have better kelp manners. Red sea urchins primarily eat drift kelp, whereas purple sea urchins will eat kelp at its holdfast where it starts or run up kelp. So just a little bit more aggressive behaviors. You don't think about an animal like this having that different behaviors, but they do, and it's important. This little guy in front of the two bigger guys, that's a purple sea urchin. So that's a characteristic kind of size difference that you'd expect. And this is a lot what holds the industry back from harvesting those. So purple sea urchins have kind of no predator right now. They're Their predator is principally the sunflower sea star, which I'll talk about, and that's been absent since 2014. And historically, they're shallower, maybe 0 to 10 feet, 0 to 20, something like that. But currently, without that predator, which is more common deep, they're at almost every depth. So just some details about the fishery for red sea urchins. This has kind of been a boom and bust fishery. It's pretty normal for an animal like this. And that's a lot because their reproductions is by sweepstakes. These animals don't reproduce well. So how they make up for that is living very long lives. These live up to 200 years, so a lot of chances. And what generally happens, to oversimplify it, is every random chance, there is a huge recruitment of sea urchins, and that basically supplies the ecology, and in this case, the fishery, for many years. So looking back at our past data, we only see like a couple recruitment events in the last 30 years, and one of them was 2015. This graph on the bottom shows the fishery, and it shows they were basically mining an unfished stock of sea urchins when that started, and we really kind of, in a classic sense, overfished them for years, but that's been replenished kind of immediately in 1 year. Purple sea urchins, these are, like I said, smaller and generally not fished. There's some exploratory fisheries going on recently. Historically, like 1% of the sea urchin fishery. They are aggressive grazers. You can see in this picture on the lower right, where the red sea urchin kind of minding its manners there, you see purples climbing up and ganging up. That's something you do see. And I'm just repeating this, I guess, but Pycnopodia is their primary predator. And that would be juxtaposed to the reds, which would be sea otter or humans or something like that, or Pycnopodia when they're small. This graph on the lower left is a historic graph of sea urchin populations at Orford Reef, which is our principal place for, our best index site, because it's the biggest site and the most important to the fishery. And the shaded bars show red sea urchin densities, and you see that mining, if you look from 1984 to 2014, say, and then you see that big boom. They also experienced a big resurgence around that time, big recruitment. The more interesting part of this graph is, as you look at the white bar graph, and that's purple sea urchins, and they were pretty much not present at Orford Reef for the last 30 years or so until 2015, when we saw them there for the first time, and they're currently the most abundant animal there, really. So on to abalones. I gave them little subtitles to be fun, I think, but there's two species that I'll talk about with abalones, reds and flats. Both had fisheries. Reds was closed, and it was a sport fishery. People are very interested in sport fishing those. That was closed in 2018 due to surveys showing a really decreased population. Effort was really raising up, and environmental conditions were really poor. And at that time, California closed its fishery. And they're a good indicator that needs to be closed. There's other issues around that I guess I won't get into, but just say that fishery is closed due to these conditions. And then we had a flat abalone fishery, a brief commercial fishery that closed in 2008. Abalones are very sensitive. They're not only sensitive to the environmental conditions, they're very sensitive to fishing. So that fishery was closed in 2008. And since that time, it's gotten worse in terms of densities. We've seen some new things, including, if you look at the left side here, you see a couple of healthy flat abalones. They're basically a suction cup with a shell on top, and the suction cup, the muscle part, fills out the entire shell on the healthy couple there next to the pen. But what has happened, and we've seen for the first time in these recent years, is starved abalone. And that's this abalone you see sitting amongst some sea urchins there on the bottom, where their foot actually just shrinks and that suction cup is no longer able to hold onto the rocks, which causes them to die. So a little more detail on red abalones. Like I said, closed for those reasons. Another big one with red abalones is they inhabit the same depths as purple sea urchins, so they're in the most direct competition with purple sea urchins. And even though stocks had been trending down anyway, these surveys from 2015 to 24 show that they continue to trend down. One of the things that causes that, that's specific to abalones, is an effect known as the Illy effect. And the Illy effect is basically density dependent spawning. So if there's a whole bunch of abalones in one place, those are the ones that can reproduce. If there's abalones here and there, those do not contribute to the population. The problem with fishing is, where do you start fishing? You start fishing right where the most important place to not fish is. And the commercial fishery for flat abalone showed this even more. During the years of that fishery, we saw fishing time increase, the depth the harvester was going decrease, and the catch per unit effort sharply decrease. We also did surveys with the fishermen at that time, and those reflected population reductions as well. Since the fishery closed, things have gotten worse for them. The fishery was kind of the one punch, and then the environmental conditions the second. And it's pretty rough in terms of the place that the fishermen started working, highly dense little spot that you'll hear about or have heard about, Nellie's Cove. I think that, I was down there in those years, and I think he was catching 200 pounds per hour or something like that. And our most recent surveys didn't detect one. So a big change. And that species, the stronghold, is Southern Oregon and Northern California. So it has species level consequences. This is kind of what the intertidal looks like as a little video again. This is from 2022. And what I'm going to show you here is abalones normally are very cryptic, very hard to find, stuffed back in cracks. And there tend to be the reds that you'll see on this video, they tend to be at like 15 feet or something like that. They're not in the intertidal. But this video shows, you can see the mussels and stuff on top. I'm just going to duck my head under the water here in this video. And so we're at like +1 or something like that. And those guys are all purples and green anemones. That is an abalone there. Let's try to pause. Ooh. Got the button right this time. We're going again. So this guy is an abalone in amongst those purple sea urchins. I think this little crack was even more interesting. You have a very baby abalone. This is something you rarely see. To find baby abalones, usually have to crowbar open rocks and stuff. They're so cryptic. But the real change here is these abalones are out and starved and looking for food, and they're going higher and higher up until they're reaching the intertidal. So there's, I don't know, 5 abalone right there. Pretty small ones too, if you compare them to the size of those purple sea urchins. All right, on to sea stars. So sea stars, everybody's pretty familiar with the orange and purple guys, the Pisastrocracius or ochre sea stars you see in the center top picture here. But as you go deeper, there's a whole suite of highly diverse sea stars that include Celaster. This is a predatory big sea star. Leather stars, which eat things like hydroids that grow on kelp. Orthoasterius was a rainbow star, just kind of ones you're not familiar with. But this one in the lower right is Pycnopodia, the sunflower sea star. And that is really key to the ecology of our rocky nearshore. Here's some pretty threatening looking data, but I think the important part here is these graphs are before and after sea star wasting syndrome. So if we look in the upper left, that's Pycnopodia helianthoides, which is the sunflower sea star, and they just went to basically absent after that. The same happened with Celaster. The same happened with another Pyzaster species called Brevispinus, the pink stars, if you see those. Some of the other sea stars were less affected, and even some of them were not affected. The two panels on the right show sea urchins for comparison. So these are kind of the winners and losers graph. So this is a little bit more in depth on Pycnopodia. You see these two pictures on the right, that's characteristic how you would see them 20 years ago or so, just amongst a healthy, highly diverse rocky nearshore. They really feed on a lot of things, but definitely scare the heck out of purple sea urchins. And that is what's missing there. So just to summarize the rocky nearshore, according to this work, is kelp is really chronically reduced in the state. We have about 70% less kelp now than we did before those heat waves. The purple sea urchins have really, really increased. That's been a total game changer. And there's so many, it's impractical to think about some solution that could work. There's about 1 billion, back of the envelope measure purple sea urchins in Oregon right now. Abalones are imperiled. They're directly competing with some of these issues, and there's no food for them. They're reduced. It's a species that we're particularly careful about because there's only 7 species of abalones in North America. They're all on the West Coast. 2 of those species are on ESA lists, which is extremely rare for a marine invertebrate. So we're super careful with that one. And then lastly, sea stars are vastly reduced, especially some of these key ones like Pycnopodia and Celaster. And there's really no immediate recovery. We've had a lot more good news on this recently. Citizens and groups like Orca have reported finding a lot of little ones, and we've seen it in some of our data, but they're not at the extent where they're making the ecological impact that they usually do. And then in terms of what can be done, funding is going more towards nearshore restoration. NOAA, PMEP, OCRF are all kind of have that on their lists. And then lastly, we're trying to figure out what nearshore restoration is. I think I'm going to conclude here, but I do want to share, I'm kind of segueing over to Tom and Orca and something that he said in the past that I think is appropriate here. This is a very complicated solution or complicated situation, and it requires a very complicated solution that we're all trying to figure out. But it's a reminder that it's not, you can't just put one thing into an unhealthy ocean and make it healthy. So this is a series of attempts and failures and figuring it out and gaining knowledge. So that is where we're at with the nearshore ocean. Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. Wow, I did not know that abalones had decreased that much. I just don't follow abalone populations, but wow, that's scary. Man. Any questions for Scott? Fran, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, pretty sobering. Do you have any updated information? A number of years ago, there was a few presentations by Bruce Mengi from OSU, his lab, studying tide pools and intertidal. And basically, he said at that point, things looked like they were at a tipping point where stressors, after a stressor, you can't really see it unless you're looking at the data, but species weren't recovering. And if they recovered at all, they didn't recover to the same amount. do we have any update from other species and intertidal species and what's happening there from his lab or others? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Fran. Yeah, it's definitely the tipping points philosophies apply here. I think notably, I would say about like I'm not going to speak for Bruce's work, but I'll say the intertidal, the orange and pink or orange and purple sea stars, the Ocratius, those ones did get devastated by sea star wasting syndrome, but actually kind of recovered kind of well in short form. So in this presentation, I was really focused on deeper. It gets a little less attention.
Whoops. Sorry, I can't get back to my screen here. Ah,
Well, I managed to unshare my screen, which is a major achievement for me to have any win in the world of Zoom. I think there's a question there.
yeah, sorry.
That was good.
Yeah, I can't see who has their hand up right
Hi,
now.
Scott. It's me. It's Amelia. Hi, Scott. Thank you so much for that presentation. It was sobering but fascinating. Really appreciate all your work there. This is a very complicated question, but I was just curious if you had any words to say, since we've been talking about resilience of lands and waters in Oregon, of how we can improve resilience in these type of benthic marine environments to events like a heat wave, which may happen again. Thank you.
Thanks, Amelia. Yeah, it is, we're aiming to try to do that. I think as our director kind of lined it out, our plan is to know and then plan and then do. So we're at the point where we're trying to get feel solid on our grasp of what's happening in the ocean, and we're less able to rely on past oceanographic information based on changes. We're trying to encourage and support these restoration projects. We've done a lot of permitting around Pycnopodia, around kelp, or I guess we don't do permitting around kelp, a lot of co-working around kelp. So we're doing that through partnerships and through like encouraging that work. But we're still trying to figure out, I guess, ourselves how to do. It's a very big ocean. It's the biggest one.
Awesome. Thank you, Scott. Any other questions for Scott? Or comments? Well, I'm not seeing it. I had a couple, but no big deal. I can ask you later or something. Primarily because right now I can't read my handwriting again. So thank you, Scott. That was amazing and scary. And I guess that will take us right into Tom Calvanese with the Oregon Kelp Alliance.
Okay. Well, it's a tough act to follow, Scott, because it is indeed pretty scary. Almost as scary as me trying to share my screen. So bear with me here. I do my best.
Oh, good.
Share entire screen. Okay, let's do that.
Okay, we can see it, but it's not in presentation mode.
How about now?
There we go. See, you're doing great.
Thank you. I'm going to try to move myself out of the way so I don't have to look at myself while I'm talking. Okay, sorry, give me some water. Okay, that's a great setup, Scott. I guess I'm going to try to paint a little bit more of a hopeful picture on the tail end of a pretty dire picture that Scott just painted, but I'll refer to that as well. And he covered a lot that I can kind of skip forward on in the interest of time. So yeah, Tom Calvanese here. I'm the director of the Oregon Kelp Alliance. I'm going to give you an update, primarily focused on the work we're doing around kelp forest stewardship, protection, restoration. And I just have to figure out how to advance my slides now. I'm running into a different problem.
Maybe the space bar?
It's just giving me an error, unfortunately. How about that? How about that?
There we go.
All right. So I'm going to try not to read you a bunch of slides, but there are a few things that I think are worth mentioning. What the Oregon Kelp Alliance is. It's a pretty broad alliance. You can look at that list of folks that are involved, sort of where they're coming from. They're coming from a lot of different perspectives. But what we're doing is working together to confront this ecological crisis, which I would say is urgent, which is the disappearance of about 2/3 of our kelp forests, as Scott mentioned just a moment ago. What's the vision? Our vision is thriving, resilient kelp forest ecosystems in Oregon that support biodiversity, livelihoods, cultural practices, and coastal resilience for generations to come. Tall order, I know. What's our mission? We're committed to reversing this decline through community-led conservation, scientific research, policy advocacy, and education. And to do this through collaborative initiatives that honor Indigenous knowledge, advance scientific understanding, and empower coastal communities as effective stewards of these critical marine habitats. These are the topics I'm going to work through as I talk to you. I'm going to start at sort of the global level, talk about the Kelp Forest Challenge. I think you received an update. Unfortunately, I was otherwise occupied, but you did receive an update about EO 2526 on resilience. I'll touch on that a little bit, the intersection between these two. I'll touch on the 24th status report, although Scott covered that pretty good, so I'll just skip through that. And then really focus on the Oregon Kelp Forest Stewardship Initiative, what we did last year, what we've started this year, and I'll end with our long-term vision, and hopefully leave time for some Q&A. So if you haven't heard about it, the Kelp Forest Challenge was developed by the Kelp Forest Alliance, which is a global entity comprised of groups like ours around the world, tackling this issue because it is a global issue. And the Kelp Forest Challenge is to, and this is the actual roadmap, myself and 65 other authors around the world published this in 23 as a roadmap for restoring and protecting 4 million hectares of kelp forests globally by 2040. Whoops. Try to go back there. Sorry, I'm still having some trouble with this thing. So here's a peek at the roadmap. You'll see that it covers a variety of interventions that have to do with stressor management, Indigenous management, active restoration, funding, business opportunities, etc. We don't work exclusively in these, but we do focus a lot of our attention on active restoration, as you'll see. But the work we're doing is touching on all of these things. And it's really, I encourage you to check out the roadmap to get a more in-depth assessment of how this is being tackled at the global scale. So how does it intersect with the Governor's EO 2526 on resilience? And how does that connect to the Kelp Forest Challenge? So as I'm sure you know, the EO elevates coastal resilience as a statewide priority, and kelp forest restoration is a science-ready response, as you'll see. The kelp forest buffer storms on the coast. They absorb a lot of carbon. They are essential fish habitat. These are all core resilience outcomes. And the 6 active Department of State lands kelp forest restoration sites position Oregon to participate in the Global Kelp Forest Challenge, which we are. And the $2.5 million NOAA Stewardship Initiative, Kelp Forest Stewardship Initiative, along with some private dollars invested from Builders Vision, demonstrate how aligned policy and practice can attract resources for implementation, which is, I think, kind of what we're all after. And I think OPAC can champion kelp forest restoration as a flagship EO 2526 implementation strategy. This is just a little photo break of me holding a red sea urchin. Scott talked a lot about the red sea urchin fishery, and I want to just shout out to the urchin divers who really first brought attention to this problem because of what they were seeing at Orford Reef, which were very rapid and drastic changes to their fishing grounds, which are the kelp forests that once thrived there. I want to also give a shout out to all the state agencies that we're partnering with on this work. As Scott mentioned, we're working with ODFW to support urchin culling activities using letters of authorization that we distribute that were created by the agency and approved by the commission. Support for the kelp enhancement work through Department of State Lands site registrations, support for kelp enhancement through OPRD scientific research permit that allows us to collect beach cast kelp juveniles and grow them to adulthood. Support for Pycnopodia recovery through ODFW scientific take permits. And we're currently planning to collaborate with ODFW on an aerial fixed wing survey of Oregon's kelp forests that'll happen every year beginning this year. So let's talk a little bit about our kelp forests here in Oregon. This is just a map. You can find this map in the status report. I think most of you know that the kelp grows on rocky substrate, and it just turns out a lot of Oregon's rocky substrate occurs here where I am on the South Coast. So we do have these patch kelp forests up north in Pacific City, around Cape Foulweather, even Arago, but the majority of that habitat is found here on the South Coast between Arago and Brookings. And this is historically where we've found most of our kelp forests. And you can see the percentage of the kelp forest on that map next to where each of those areas are numbered. So what do we do to tackle this? Well, first we worked to document the problem. As Scott pointed out earlier, we worked with ODFW and a number of other partners to produce, we did a lot of survey work in 2023. We combined that with historical data, produced the 2024 Oregon Kelp Forest Status Report. Again, I encourage you to check that out. You can find it on our website. And this was supported through a congressional appropriation that was supported by our congressional delegation. So what did that tell us? You already heard this from Scott. 70% less kelp between 2010 and 2022. In 23, there were large areas with little to no kelp. The purple urchin densities are a major driver, driven by the loss of their predator, the Pycnopodia. But we also found some exciting areas where we saw resilience. These are just maps showing you that this is not a homogeneous issue that occurs everywhere the same along the coast. There are places that are doing okay, like Cape Arago, Rogue Reef, even up around Depot Bay in 2023. But you'll see a lot of places where there's just been massive losses, particularly around Cape Blanco and the Orford Reef area, where we lost about 95% of what was there, and that was the largest largest area of kelp forest habitat. As you also heard from Scott, purple urchins have been a key driver of this. I don't need to belabor that, I don't think. But we did see some good signs of life. These are maps comparing the 1990 aerial kelp canopy extent from an ODFW survey to a 2023 drone survey, showing that the two areas, they're a little bit shifted, but the area itself is pretty comparable. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is not everywhere is a disaster. And as Scott also mentioned, we've seen an increase in sightings of the Pycnopodia sea star. So I want to pivot and talk about what we're doing. So now we've got this story. It's grim, it's serious, but we'd like to talk about taking action. So I'm going to talk about Orca in action. And we're going to do this through the Oregon Kelp Forest Stewardship Initiative. which is running right now, started last May, goes through next year, covering about 2 years of ecosystem protection, enhancement, and restoration through a NOAA Fisheries Habitat Restoration Center grant, which was also a congressional appropriation. This graphic is showing sort of our 3 main tools: controlling the grazers, the urchins, the outplanting of kelp, and supporting the recovery of the Pycnopodia sea star as a major predator of the purple sea urchin. I think I already said this. This is just a map of the sites. And I want to give a shout out to our collaborators, which include Reef Check Oregon, the Oregon Coast Aquarium, Oregon Institute of Marine Biology, Cal Poly, commercial urchin divers that work off those boats, and others. And there are many others that I don't have time to name, but there are boat captains and volunteer divers, commercial divers, you name it. We invite everyone to join us in taking on this work. So I'm going to walk you through each site just really quickly, show you the maps. So this is the Cape Lookout site, and all of these maps are showing an aerial photo of the site, divided into the restoration site where we're doing restoration work alongside a control site. This just a heads up. We just did the survey for Cape Lookout, and we may make an adjustment to those areas. We'll still be working in that area, but we think we might focus our restoration work on the opposite to what we thought we were going to do. But that's what happens when you do surveys. This is the Kiwanda Rock, also known as Haystack Rock in Pacific City. And again, an aerial showing the area overlaid with a kelp survey and the restoration site alongside the control site. This is the Cape Foulweather Stewardship Area that we've just designated, working with ODFW on this. And you'll see again, there's a restoration site alongside a control site. This is Drake Point in Cape Arago. Same parameters for the maps. The restoration site is around Drake Point, and the control site, the comparison site, is across the bay from there. Whoops, let me go back. Nellie's Cove, where this all started, sort of presents itself as a very nice little treatment control setup, because the cove is literally divided in half by this wall. And we're working on the west side of the cove for our restoration work, and on the east, we're doing our controls. And finally, Macklin Cove in Brookings. Again, the treatment site is there on the west side of the cove, and the comparison is similarly situated on the adjacent cove. So that's where we're doing the work. I'm going to cover a little bit about what we did last year. We focused our work at 3 of the sites. We started the work in May of last year. So what I'm going to talk about right now is going to cover what we did between May and September. So those are the 3 sites. At Kiwanda, or Haystack Rock, we just did urchin culling there. At the other 2 sites, we did urchin culling and spore enhancement. And at Nellie's Cove, we did urchin culling, spore enhancement, and Pycnopodia translocation. So first, in terms of urchin removal, again, we were working under letters of authorization from ODFW, working with both commercial urchin divers and Reef Check volunteer divers that were trained to do this work. And between and amongst all of them at those 3 sites, we removed or culled over 363,000 sea urchins. And the breakdown per site is right below there. And this is Jackson Holmes striking a pose before he jumps in the water with his tool and starts getting to work. I believe that was at Macklin Cove, I want to say. So then in terms of kelp enhancement or spore enhancement, we used 2 methods. One was to splice juvenile kelps onto these submerged platforms, also known as archivs, and let them grow to maturity and release spores on the site. And I'll talk about what happened after that. In Macklin Cove, we just used refillable spore bags, where we just deployed the bags, let the kelp shed its spores, and you'll see what happens there too. But we're repeating these, we're modifying those platforms, and you'll see what they look like now. So here's some exciting news on the positive news side of things. So what you're seeing here are 2 aerial drone survey maps of Macklin Cove. So this is our Macklin Cove site in Brookings. On the left, you're looking at a September 2023 map, an aerial drone photo of that site before we started to do anything. Fast forward 2 years, as of last September, you're looking at the same location, and those dark areas are all bull kelp. That's bull kelp that has appeared there in the same location, but after urchin culling that occurred inside that dotted line that you see outlining the area where divers went out and went after all those urchins that I gave you the numbers about just before. Tens of thousands of urchins were removed from there. And those 3 stars are the locations of where we deployed spore bags. And so you can imagine, in the absence of urchins and in the presence of kelp spores, that was a pretty rapid response. We're pretty excited about it. I'm going to show you some more that I think is speaking to how quickly these systems can respond. And the photo on the right is just showing another, what we like to call a kelpling in Nellie's Cove on that same timeline in September, after quite a bit of urchin culling and the release of spores. Try to advance this again. Oh, it's working. So the third tool that we're using is to try to reintroduce or translocate Pycnopodia sea stars. On this, we're working directly with the team from OIMB and Cal Poly. Dr. Aaron Galloway and Dr. Sarah Gravem are partnering on this with their students. And what we did last year was collect 24 pycnos. You can see the size of them in this cage. They're, I would say, a little bit more than hand-sized. They were collected from the wild and held for 1 month at the Oregon Coast Aquarium for observation to just ensure their survival, that they didn't develop sea star wasting disease, and also to run some tests on just how much of an effect they have on urchin behavior. And then once we did those observations, those cages were brought into Nellie's Cove, and the Pycnopodia were released passively back into the cove. So that was what we did in 2025. And I'm going to talk about just a minute about what we are doing, what we're planning in this year. So we'll do scuba, drone, and aerial fixed wing surveys of all sites. We'll remove urchins at all sites using a variety of methods. We'll do kelp enhancement at all 6 sites using the submerged platforms or the spore bags. We'll translocate more sunflower sea stars, and we're also working to develop a sunflower sea star captive breeding program. Stay tuned on that. It's still a work in development. And I'm happy to report that up to right now, we've already removed 22,000 urchins from Macklin Cove, deployed 6 platforms with 60 juvenile bull kelps at Nellie's Cove, surveyed 6 of our sites, 3 controls, 3 restoration sites with more than 36 individual transects. Reef Check has held 2 citizen science classes, including one for Coquel tribal members and staff. And as I mentioned, working to develop the captive breeding program. And I'll note that, I'm going to stop that for a second. I'm going to introduce this. So we will, and there'll be a team of divers going up to Nellie's Cove tomorrow to do some more urchin culling. I'm going to show you a series of little videos here that I think are pretty exciting. These were, the first 2 were taken on April 4th, both at Nellie's Cove, at both of our sites in Nellie's Cove, in areas where we did pretty aggressive urchin removals and kelp spore enhancement. So I'm just going to, I don't know if you guys can hear, there's just, diver bubbles. Hopefully I won't be disruptive, but I'll just walk you through. This is you saw this in one of Scott's videos, a transect tape here are divers going ahead to survey along the tape. And what you're seeing here are, these are juvenile baby bull kelps that are growing just naturally in the restoration area where we did this work. So this is pretty exciting. Let me show you another one. Just another location, again, where you're seeing the juvenile kelps growing and looking pretty happy. We don't see a lot of urchins in the area, which is good to see. And you can also see there are other, there's other kelps, these understory kelps that Scott was mentioning that are also growing. Also a good sign to just see life emerging in areas where we've seen in some of these areas, we've just seen them completely denuded of life just from overgrazing by urchins. So now I want to fast forward to last week and show you this similar area. And here it is after a couple weeks of growth. I would say probably about 10 to 12 days. And these are those juvenile kelps now, obviously growing quite a bit in that pretty short time. So this is the, and here's, I'm just adjusting the camera. So bear with the diver on that. I want to let this one run because you're going to see them come upon some pretty healthy looking bull kelp beds, and they're going to be just taking some measurements. And these were divers that were deployed with a team from OPB. Their OPB has the Oregon Field Guide program. So they were here filming this, and they'll be airing this in a few months. They're going to come back and see what happens when all these baby kelps grow up. So we get to see that. But this is pretty exciting stuff to see how quickly the system can respond if we, get in there and just do the work. It's also interesting to look at how few urchins we're seeing in this area, even though we're seeing them sort of over there nearby. And as I mentioned earlier, we're sending a team of divers out there tomorrow, and they'll be focusing on this area to cull urchins that are around this area, encroaching on it. And here you can just see the diver taking a measurement of the size of that kelp type that's growing right there. So I'm going to go to the next. Oops. I just have a couple of these. This one, I just wanted you to see that not only are we seeing the kelp grow, but we're seeing baby fish. These look to be, some of you might know that we had a really big recruitment year last year of juvenile rockfish, particularly here in this cove and around the kelp platforms where we had kelp growing. And these look to be 1-year-olds that were still around from that big recruitment last year. So happy to see that, but of course you can also see the presence of all those purple urchins on the rocks there. And then finally, I'll just give you a quick peek at what these kelp recovery platforms look like now. We've decided to avoid using plastic materials for this work. Nobody needs to put more plastic in the ocean, certainly. And so we fabricated these using natural line and wood materials so that we don't have to worry about, throwing more plastic in the ocean that gets away from us. And then here is the map of the Nelly's Cove site showing that patch of kelp where we did a lot of work last year emerging, and the locations of the kelp platforms outlined. The area that's outlined is the treatment area. So this is where we're focusing our effort for the next couple of days anyway, along with all the other sites. I want to touch on our long-term vision here in the last few minutes. We're pretty committed to working with tribal members and recognizing and respecting tribal sovereignty in the work that we do. We're working, our collaborator Reef Check has a program called Dive into Science, And we are working with tribal members that are interested in becoming divers. You can see a class there in the lower right. And you can see another group of us in the picture on the top. And I'll say a little bit more about that. I want to show you a couple of cool slides from the day we spent out at South Cove with tribal members from the Coquel Indian tribe, surveying, harvesting urchins, and then you'll see what we did after that. So here we are with Chief Justin and his son, and they're gathering purple sea urchins from the South Cove site after we had done a quick survey to look at urchin density. We then took those urchins back to the Plank House kitchen to prepare them, process them into uni. Some of them looked like this. Some were very healthy, some were not. The healthy ones got turned into uni butter, and the elders came and treated us with some fry bread, and we got to try fry bread with uni butter, which most of us liked. I think there was maybe one person didn't like it, but we made short work of the fry bread and the uni butter. There's more to say about that, but I want to let you know that we're also preparing to hire a full-time Indigenous knowledge specialist to inform our work from that perspective, and I'm really looking forward to doing more with that work. Another part of our long-term vision is education and getting people involved. So you see us at a Albany High School Career Day, at the top photo in the top, and then as I mentioned before, Reef Check, community science divers learning to do surveys and do kelp restoration work. And then, I want to touch on jobs. In communities like where I live in Port Orford and other coastal communities, people need gainful employment, and this is work, and people, in my opinion, should be paid for their work. And so we are putting people to work and paying them to do the work. In the lower right, you're looking at a team that is working with us on a restorative kelp mariculture project that's linked to our restoration work because it will help us produce the materials we need to do the kelp restoration. I don't have a lot of time to get into that, but I'm happy to answer questions. What you see in that hand is a juvenile kelp that was collected from a crabber's crab line and then spliced into a mooring to let it grow and produce an adult. All of this, money makes the world go round. So we are constantly thinking about how do we finance this conservation work? And we really need to think outside the box. Grant funding is great, but what else can we do to come up with innovative financial mechanisms, market opportunities? And I like to say that we're operating at the intersection of natural and market-based solutions. Happy to answer questions about that as well. And so our take homes are, we've lost a lot of our kelp forest habitat, but we still have a lot of kelp forest habitat. This is a problem, not just for our coastal ecosystems, but our communities as well. And now is the time to start, to do this work, to restore what we've lost and protect what we still have, and do all of that in consideration of the cultural, ecological, and social and economic aspects of the work. And with that, I'll just acknowledge just some of our many partners and collaborators. The list goes on and it keeps growing. And with that, I'll thank you. You can reach me at that email, follow us at, on all of our social media. We just launched a Substack, so be on the lookout for that. There's probably a kelp pub night coming to somewhere near you. I think there's one at OMSI. What's today? Is today Tuesday? Tomorrow night, OMSI. We'll be present there. And sign up on our mailing list. You'll get regular updates. And with that, I'll stop and ask if you guys have any questions.
Wow, thank you, Tom. I remember when you gave a presentation a few years ago when the outlook wasn't as rosy. So it's really great to see all the work you've done.
Thanks.
That's pretty darn cool. Duncan, you have your hand up. Go for it.
Yes, thanks, Susan. Hi, Tom.
Hi, Duncan.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
You too.
Really nice to see an update, especially with some hope in it. And also the challenge to see if it might be something that OPAC would be interested in the future in combining forces. But If funding was not an issue, which I'm sure it is every day for you, but if it was removed as a factor, is there an ability to scale what you're doing now across the areas of loss, which are so extensive along not only the southern coast, but up north and some of the locations closer to us up here?
Yeah, a couple of things. I'll unpack the question. There's a couple of questions embedded in there. First, as you saw on the maps, we are focusing on sites all the way from Brookings all the way up to Cape Lookout. And I should mention that every one of those sites was essentially nominated by local community folks, primarily divers of various stripes. They were sport divers, they were spearfishers, they were urchin divers, but a lot of divers saw what we were seeing. As soon as they heard that this was happening at Nellie's Cove, they were like, well, it's happening here too. And very quickly things grew. It grew very quickly. And we realized we had a lot on our hands, more than we had even anticipated. To your scaling question, I didn't mention this, but I think it's really important. One thing we know from our colleagues around the world that are doing similar work is that it doesn't work to just kind of go out there like we like to say sometimes. I think it was Scott that used to say this. You can't just cowboy up and just people just out there randomly trying to do their own thing, because it really takes a focused effort. And you saw in some of those videos, we're seeing results. I'm pretty confident that those kelp are growing there at Nellie's Cove and Macklin Cove because of what we did. And it was very focused effort. So I think that I am totally on board with scaling, but I think right now our focus is on maintaining and restoring these, I like to call them oases. We learned from Northern California, if you let a very large area sort of turn into an urchin barren, which is what we call it when that's all that's left is urchins, it's very difficult to get that to come back. And what I like to say is, kelp, you need kelp if you want kelp. There has to be kelp in the previous year. And what you just saw was the results of spores that were released last year that were matured over winter and then grew in this spring. And so I think it's really important to take this approach and establish and maintain these oases. And then I think we can talk about expanding. We actually have a proposal, pre-proposal into National Fish and Wildlife Foundation to do exactly that, to continue this work for another 3 years, add new sites, expand the existing sites. And I think that's kind of where we can make progress. The other thing we're doing is really the focus on the restoration of this predator. Yes, urchin divers, volunteer and commercial divers can get a lot done, but it's a lot of work. It costs money. And, what we're really trying to do is restore the function that system once had. And the way that we think we can accomplish that is, yes, we have to kind of jumpstart things and restore that function. And part of that's going to be bringing those predators back. We've done some, I don't have time to go into the details, but we've done some really fascinating work on what we're calling the landscape of fear, or what a lot of people call the landscape of fear, that's created by just the presence of the Pycnopodia. Yes, they eat the urchins, but not only do they eat them, but they just exude something that makes the urchins just not want to be around. And when we did reintroduce some of them into Nellie's Cove, along with the other interventions, and I think it's quite possible that had something to do with why that those kelp are growing and the urchins are not there. We're also seeing some evidence of predation, where we see these little urchin tests that weren't crushed by anything. They were just, the Pycnopodia might have seen in that cage. They basically just kind of like suck the stuff off the urchin and out of it, and they just spit the test back out. And we're seeing that in our surveys. So it's looking like they're around, they're doing their job. And in terms of like what's the long-term solution, we think we really need to lean into restoring that predator function so that they can sort of like maintain if we can get in there and do these kind of jump starts, get the ecosystem back on track, then recreate that function, then I think that might be the answer. We're going to try to find out. Hopefully that helps answer the question.
Yeah, thank you, Tom.
And of course, yeah, of course, all of that is, I'm imagining what it would be like if money were no object. It would be a lot. It would be like doing a lot more of what we're doing right now. Andy, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Really appreciate the presentation. I think the imagery is stunning, and I'm excited about the results. One thing caught my attention, and that was your finding that the little kelplings were growing on crab pot lines. And it made me wonder what kind of a future collaboration there might be in terms of kelp restoration with crabbers, basically helping by collecting those when they pull their gear up. And because I know that finding the spore to do restoration or growing additional kelp in aquaculture has been something that's considered. So I was just wondering, how common is it that your crabbers might see that? And if you thought about a potential future partnership with the crab fishing industry.
Yeah. Short answer is the future is now. That's what we're doing. The kelplings you saw spliced into those kelp platforms in that video came from a crabber's crab line. And we are doing that. We're doing exactly what you just said. We're actively collaborating on both of these projects. I didn't really get into the restorative mariculture project, but that's the brainchild of me and a crabber saying like, well, we're growing all this kelp on our lines, whether those lines have a Smurf on them for a juvenile fish project or a telemetry mooring or a crab pot. The kelp grows on those lines, and we spend a lot of time and energy just cleaning the kelp off. So what if we kind of did it on purpose, which is what we're doing? And so, yes, that is exactly what we're doing. And it's happening right now because we're, as we say, stacking out the gear. And as we do that, we're salvaging those juvenile kelps and moving them onto our restoration moorings and our mariculture moorings to grow them up to adulthood. And hopefully we'll continue to do that. And for now, it's the other thing we're trying to do is trying to streamline this and how efficiently and how quickly can we do these things we're trying to do? Because as to Duncan's question, money is an object and it is expensive to do this work. So what can we do to minimize the expense? Even those platforms, making them out of simple materials. The spore bags, we're looking at really, really simple, a rock and a piece of string and an alginate bag that dissolves and allows us to disperse more spores very cheaply and in a very easy to do way, a very friendly way, be able to participate. So looking at streamlining, simplification, doing it more efficiently and less expensively. Yeah, and I see Fran's got her hand up.
Thanks, Tom. So I don't know what the impact of heat waves are on kelp themselves, not on the sunflower sea star. But I was wondering if there's any genetic work going on of trying to select for species, individuals within the species that are more heat tolerant. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, on both fronts. So we're part of a number of these sort of coast-wide collaboratives. There's the Sea Star Recovery Working Group. So there are individuals in that group doing that work right now, looking at disease tolerance. I don't know if folks realize this, but we have identified the disease agent. So we now know what causes sea star wasting disease. We can actively screen for it, perhaps even treat it. And then with kelp, same thing. We're part of it's called EPAC. It's an Eastern Pacific Kelp Congress we hold every year. And we collaborate with folks from Mexico to Alaska. And there's also Kelp Node There's a number of groups that are that we're gene banking and also looking at temperature tolerant kelp, genetically unique kelps. And one thing I want to add to that is we're working on a paper right now that we're getting ready to publish based on some of the data from the 24 status report, which is very interesting, particularly with regard to the temperature question. And I'm not going to reveal everything, but I think the result, I think people are going to be interested to see the results in terms of how does the temperature affect kelp in Oregon? And, just have to stay tuned, but I think you're going to be interested to see kind of what that looks like. And the bottom line is that the water's really cold. And partly because of our coastline and our very active upwelling, we'll just stand by. We're still working on the paper. But I think they're going to find some really interesting findings in that paper.
Thank you.
Very cool. We also had a question in the chat. Laurel had asked a question.
Laurel.
We were giving your presentation
Okay.
about whether some of those were from spore bags or outplantings. And I don't know what slide that was on, but maybe Laurel, do you want to expand on your question?
Yeah, it was whether that was from natural recruitment, do you think, or was that from, where do you think that those kelp, you were showing a video with the kelp growing and it didn't look like it was attached to anything. So it looked like it was recruiting from somewhere.
Yeah.
Was that likely from the spore bags or the ones that were outplanted? I'm just curious.
So I do have some footage from Macklin that I didn't have time to show. And the Macklin kelp looks like it came from the spore bags. But in Nellie's Cove, you saw that platform where we were growing the kelp. That kelp grew to adulthood and we allowed it to mature and release spores. So we had, obviously there were like a bazillion spores released at in Nellie's Cove for the first time in years. And so I would consider that to be natural recruitment. In other words, we didn't plant those little kelplings that you saw in that video. They emerged naturally from the substrate, from overwintered gametophytes, I would assume. That came from the kelp that we grew on the platforms. And just to be clear, the reason we're putting the kelp on the platforms is to keep it out of the reach of the urchins. And it works. I mean, the kelp grows to the surface. It does what it does. It creates habitat. And at least temporarily, that habitat is there. It's attracting juvenile fish, et cetera, et cetera. But what it's really doing is seeding the ground, essentially, for the next season. And that's what we just saw. Literally a few days ago, I saw that and I just lost my mind. It's like, oh my God, it's actually working.
That is fantastic. Wow. Really happy to hear such great news.
Yeah, I had to do something after Scott's talk.
Oh boy, I'm not gonna get it. How long does it take from a kelpling to I don't know, 12 feet tall for a bull kelp?
It's one of the fastest growing things that we know.
Mm-hmm.
The numbers come and go. People say a foot a day, some say 10 inches a day. But you saw in those two videos back to back, you saw on April 4th, a little kelpling that was about this big. And by April 14th, 10 days, let's say, it was, I think that was about 2 or 3 feet off the bottom.
Yeah.
But you could see you could look in the video. I think it was about that height, some of them.
Yeah.
So they grow really fast. And we anticipate, when we go back in a few weeks, the kelp will be at the surface.
Wow. That's awesome.
Yeah. And it'll just grow through the season and create a little kelp forest. And tomorrow I like to, we've given all these divers that are helping us with the urchins the nickname Kelp Forest Defenders. So the Kelp Forest Defenders will be out there tomorrow defending that little patch of kelp forest. And back to Duncan's question, how do you scale it up? Well, that's how you start. you got things started. Now we got to like keep growing it, protecting it, and keep growing. I think that's
Yeah,
what I think we're going to do.
that's cool. So Laurel says, so there will be urchin gardening and weeding.
Yeah, exactly.
Amelia.
Hi, Tom.
Hey, Amelia.
So cool to hear all about what you've been working on in the Oregon Kelp Alliance. It's fantastic. I was curious if you work with any groups from Washington or California, and if the devastation we've seen is similar in other areas. Thanks.
So I think you asked if we're working with groups in Washington and elsewhere, and if we're seeing things that are similar. Yeah, the answer to both is yes. And again, I think it's really important to acknowledge that there's a heterogeneous distribution where we do have site, and it's one of the things we're looking into with this paper, like why is the kelp okay, more or less, at Rogue or up at Depot, but wiped out at Orford? So we want to look closely at those environmental drivers, like why is that? That'll help us inform what we do next. And I'm particularly interested in, like, we can't just focus on trying to restore what we've lost. We really have to pay attention to keeping what we have, for reasons of, genetic diversity, et cetera. I will say that in other places, like up in Washington, like Puget Sound is in much rougher shape because the water gets a lot warmer. Those inland waterways, like, I think that's one of the reasons that one thing we have going for us is all this upwelling and these straight coastlines. That's good for us, particularly down here on the South Coast, because we're exposed to that really deep, really cold water. But as I mentioned, we are part of this Eastern Pacific Kelp Congress that meets every year, and we spend 2 days just swapping stories, exchanging ideas, talking about what's working, where it's working, and I think that's really helpful. And again, of course, being part of the Global Kelp Forest Alliance is really important. I was able to be at the International Seaweed Symposium in Victoria, BC last year with people from all over the world doing this work. And it's just great to learn from people in New Zealand and in South America about like what's working where you are, even though the players in the drama are different. The fundamental like ecosystem disruption problem is kind of universal. So it's like, how do we restore function to these dysfunctional systems? And I think that's something that everybody can kind of like connect to and go, oh yeah, well, here it's about this fish being overfished. Over there, it's a sea star wasting disease. But the functional relationships are similar. So really interesting to look at it from that point of view and learn how it differs in Tanzania from Chile or Korea, But it's a really exciting group to be working with, and I get a lot of my energy from that group.
I can imagine. That's very cool. Okay, one last call for questions before we move on to Oregon State Wildlife Action Plan.
Jessica. Sorry,
Okay.
I bled out into your talk time.
No
That's
worries.
okay.
The connections are great, so I'm
I
really
know,
glad to
right?
kind of tie this up.
Okay, I stopped
Hey, thank you,
sharing.
Tom.
It's all
Appreciate
you.
that. Love the good news.
Thanks, you guys.
But Jessica.
All
welcome.
right. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great.
Good.
Well, first off, thank you so much for having me. For those of you I don't know, my name is Jessica Watson, and I'm the Marine Policy Project Leader with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and really happy to kind of tie together the last couple of presentations today by providing you all with a brief overview of Oregon's State Wildlife Action Plan, or the SWAP, as we like to call it for short. And I know first off what you're all thinking, and it's what happened to the conservation strategy and the nearshore strategy and my strategy species. And really, I just want to put you at ease and let you know that this State Wildlife Action Plan, like those previous plans, is really focused on Oregon species and the habitats that they depend on. So I just want to remind everyone that anytime you hear State Wildlife Action Plan, hear wildlife, remember that our marine species are wildlife too. So just make sure that you remember that they're included now as part of our State Wildlife Action Plan as a whole. And really the reason for renaming that our Oregon conservation and nearshore strategy as part of this revision that occurred was really to align with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. State Wildlife Action Plans are deeply aligned with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service through policy, funding, and shared conservation goals. And so the alignment really ensures that coordinated efforts across states to conserve species, regardless if they are just a target of hunting and fishing or for the sake of conserving the species diversity and the natural heritage, and allow us as an agency to apply for those state and tribal wildlife grants, which require approved state wildlife action plans, which we now have approved. So why do we need a swap is kind of the first question you may be thinking, and really it's that species are going extinct faster than any time in human history, and Oregon is ranked as the 5th highest state in percent of at-risk species in the US. And so we really need a tool to help efficiently and effectively use our limited resources and capacity to guide and prioritize conservation action. So similar to like what Tom was talking about, to really focus in and get a lot of people working on the same goals. And the swap acts as this tool for us. And so when you're thinking about what is the swap is really this umbrella document that kind of charts our path forward to address this biodiversity crisis for all of Oregon's species, habitats, and then overarching threats. So Oregon has an existing conservation framework in the form of different plans, like previously the conservation strategy and the nearshore strategy. There are regulations, there's grassroots voluntary efforts like we've heard about today earlier. And these processes really build a knowledge base, and kind of getting at Scott's comment earlier about we have to know things first before we can plan and then do things. So that's where we learn and build that knowledge, develop standards, and then also develop relationships that set the stage for creating a statewide conservation plan. And the swap is built upon all of these previous frameworks really to promote those common goals. And really, these main goals include maintaining healthy fish and wildlife populations by maintaining and restoring functioning habitats, preventing declines of our at-risk species, and then reversing declines in these resources where possible. And the swap really emphasizes this proactive conservation of declining species and habitats to kind of reduce the possibility of future federal or state listings for endangered and threatened species. So the swap is not really a substitute for existing planning efforts. It's just really the synthesizing and building upon efforts to weave them kind of together for a framework of action. And it also highlights ways to expand and enhance conservation work. So when we're thinking about the swap, it really has this overarching structure and organization. And it's organized in a way that really ensures conservation actions have the greatest possible impact by addressing issues at multiple levels. So if we start at the broadest level, at the top, those would be our key conservation issues, or our KCIs. These are broad, they're overarching challenges such as climate change, land use or marine spatial planning, disturbances, pollution, or invasive species. And really, these issues affect multiple species and habitats throughout the state. And so by identifying these key conservation issues first, the plan can really focus on the root causes that have widespread effects. So if we bring it in one more level beneath those key conservation issues, the swap is organized into ecoregions, which are areas defined by shared environmental conditions and ecological communities. So if we're thinking about, in this example of thinking of a key conservation issue that we've heard about today, we could think about that as climate change in general, and how that climate change and that ocean warming of those marine heat waves have influenced the nearshore ecoregion. If we drill back down into the habitats, each ecoregion includes key habitats. These are the ecosystems that are most critical for survival of many of our species. If we're staying in our nearshore ecoregion, we have our nearshore habitats. This includes rocky reefs, like were mentioned, but just like Tom showed in his presentation of where our kelp beds are located, they're not located everywhere on every rocky reef. So we also have some of these, what we call special and localized habitat types, like kelp beds, that are identified in the State Wildlife Action Plan, as well as kind of these special types of key habitats. And then within each key habitat of the plan, we identify specific species of greatest conservation need, species of greatest information need, our watch list species, and our associated species. And I'll get into that a little bit more in the next slide, but really these are the species that are most vulnerable or at risk and are prioritized for conservation. So staying with our example of kelp beds, our special and localized key habitat in our nearshore rocky reefs that are part of our nearshore ecoregion that are impacted by climate change, a key conservation issue. We could think about one of our SGN or our species of greatest conservation need being the red abalone. So like what Scott was talking about earlier, right? And what those impacts are trickling down from all of those different levels. And so this tiered structure, kind of moving from broad through regional and then at the habitat context, really down to specific species, helps us be really efficient and impactful when we're thinking about impacts. By addressing KCIs at the top level, many species and habitats can benefit at once. So this is an integrated approach that ensures that conservation work gets the most kind of bang for your buck. As we were talking about, money is really important and funding is really hard to find. So we really want to make sure that we're trying to move that needle as much as possible across as many ecoregions and habitats for as many species as possible. So really maximizing those ecological outcomes with our available resources. So as I mentioned, the SWAP species are broken into these several categories with our species of greatest conservation need. And those are our species, like I said, that are most vulnerable or at risk and are prioritized for conservation efforts. These include species that are part of state and federal endangered species listing and threatened listings. But there are also species that are just vulnerable to threats due to life history traits or ecological characteristics. Their populations may be low or declining. They could have restricted distribution, or their populations may be impacted by some of these major threats, like these key conservation issues of disease, invasive species, and climate change. And so these are kind of like our imperiled conservation status is kind of that species of greatest conservation need. Next, we have our species of greatest information need, and these are really our data gap species, or where we have concerns about the species based on these criteria, but we don't have enough information to really evaluate them. So we're really trying to highlight species that we need more information on so that we can characterize whether or not they're in need of conservation. We also have additional species listed where we've identified a handful of species to be placed on a watch list or a nearshore species. And those were determined to be important nearshore species, but don't require immediate management action, but may in the future. So these may be some of our species that we see prominently in recreational or commercial fisheries, but we're watching them to make sure, and we're being really conscious of like what management actions may be needed to promote conservation, but they're not needed for conservation at this time. And many species appear on conservation lists in general because they are facing negative trends such as declining populations or increasing threats. And that's true for a lot of the species on the species of greatest conservation need. For instance, those would include those that are listed, like I said, as state or federally endangered or threatened. And a good example of this would be the southern resident killer whale, whose population remains low and continues to be affected by pollution and reduced prey availability. But I want to say that the strength of the species of greatest conservation need designation and the list is that it does more than just highlight species in crisis. It really helps prioritize species for conservation action, research focus, and funding. And this targeted attention really supports both recovery efforts and proactive management. So Not all SGCN species are currently listed as endangered or threatened on other lists. For example, the yellow eye rockfish is one of our species of greatest conservation need, and it has benefited from focused conservation measures and is rebuilding faster than expected. So success stories like this show kind of how to by identifying these species of greatest conservation need early, we can kind of guide effective action and prevent further decline. So it's not always a bad thing to be on our list. So really some of the key updates that happened through these revision and the creation of our State Wildlife Action Plan, besides, just this integration of the Oregon Conservation Strategy and the Oregon Nearshore Strategy and this name change, is really we also included pollution as a key conservation issue. We restructured the conservation toolbox to be more focused on practitioner uses. We also did a full look at Conservation Opportunity Area Boundary Revision, or COA boundary revision with new data. And we have revised species lists, like I mentioned, and also enhanced the content on climate change since so much has changed. And these revisions of this document went through very extensive public process and review that included technical review in 17 public-facing recorded meetings to get expert feedback to revise the SWAP for content. There was broad engagement through our Oregon's Worth Protecting campaign, which I'll speak to more in a few minutes. And then there was also solicited feedback through public comment periods through our ODFW Fish and Wildlife Commission. And really, how the SWAP works is it's really a plan for all, and it's offering potential roles and opportunities for the general public, conservation groups, partner organizations, and agencies. And although us at ODFW kind of lead the process and it's intended to be used, it's intended to be used broader than just within ODFW itself and by a broader network of folks, because we all need to be making progress on these conservation issues to move the needle together. So the SWAP can be used to, provide an informational resource of the updated information that we have for all of these species and habitat types. It can help focus conservation actions based on what we have for certain species and certain habitats. It helps improve coordination by focusing in on certain groups and areas. And also there's directed funding opportunities. And when I think about directed funding opportunities that can occur, these are like through the granting opportunities that are tied to previously the Oregon Conservation Strategy and Nearshore Strategy, but now through the State Wildlife Action Plan, for the species and habitats like our state wildlife grants, the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund grants, some of the OOST funding, etc. So there's ways to tie anyone's work to this document to help kind of really move it forward with directed funding. And now ODFW can kind of further this work too with sustainable dedicated funding for conservation of non-target species and their habitats that's coming through the passage of House Bill 4134. So a little bit about House Bill 4134, which was passed in the short session, or the transient lodging tax. It's also known as the 1% for wildlife. I'm very pleased to say that the governor signed House Bill 4134, and this creates a new revenue source for ODFW and a historic opportunity to really invest in the future of Oregon's fish and wildlife, and especially those species and habitats that have been identified in the State Wildlife Action Plan. And this bill takes effect January 1 of 2027, which means ODFW will be able to include new spending requests through policy option packages supported by this revenue in the 27-29 agency requested budget to the governor. So that will go forward and move through review at our Fish and Wildlife Commission probably in June. And as ODFW has shared with the legislature and partners, and during the 25 and 26 legislative sessions, our agency really does have this kind of formula for how we're looking at conserving species. And Scott mentioned it earlier. It's really that know, plan, and do approach where we need to know things. We need to strengthen and integrate our science to understand species status, limiting factors, and habitat conditions across Oregon. We need to take that knowledge and what we know and plan and use that knowledge to identify where our actions will make the biggest difference, and guided by good data and expertise from our staff and our partners. And then we need to do. So then we need to invest on the ground work, because improving habitat and conditions for species, it can't wait. We're seeing the impacts of all of these different key conservation issues like climate change and other growing pressures. So we'll be using that framework to guide our conversations with partners. And the timing of this bill does mean it's kind of going to be a fast pace, but we're dedicated. With this dedicated funding, we'll be able to adapt and adjust as we go. And as part of this, we're going to be really intentional in doubling down on our efforts to apply kind of like similar to what we were discussing earlier with the governor's office and Chandra's presentation, that landscape scale or seascape scale climate resilient lens to our work. And most importantly, we're really going to be leaning into collaborations with partners to expand our efforts. And that is where the Oregon's Worth Protecting campaign comes in. So first, let's start off with what is the Oregon is Worth Protecting campaign. And you may have seen this. This campaign seeks to reach kind of beyond our usual suspects and invite more Oregonians to care deeply about the species that call this state home, not just for the hunting and fishing opportunities, but for protection and preservation. And we want people to feel personal investment in the future of Oregon species, especially those that are often a bit unseen or unrecognized. So by expanding the circle of people who care, we're hoping to kind of lay that broader groundwork and long-term support of the work that we're all doing. This campaign launched last year, and it first highlighted 5 different wildlife species. So we had the western snowy plover, the Sierra Nevada red fox, the northern red-legged frog, and the pygmy rabbit, and the northwestern pond turtle, and really just highlighted the importance and the conservation of these species and their habitats. And the campaign included, the launching of the OregonsWorthProtecting.com website, where you get little tidbits and facts about each of these species. It includes radio advertisement, billboards, limited edition conservation Jamba Juice tumblers, as you see here, as well as a conservation coloring contest. So trying to reach a broader group. And what better timing than with the passing of House Bill 4134 and the approval of our State Wildlife Action Plan to have this year's Oregon's Worth Protecting campaign highlight our very own marine species. So these species are all native species that are listed in our State Wildlife Action Plan and our species of greatest conservation need. And some of them have been talked about already today. So I'm just going to roll them all out. We have our tufted puffin. We've got our sunflower sea star that we've heard so much about. We have a taupe shark. We've got our yellow eye rockfish, which I mentioned earlier, our southern resident orca, our bull kelp, which we've heard and seen a lot of really cool presentations about. And again, like the first campaign, these species will be highlighted in ways of like being part of the OregonsWorthProtecting.com website, radio advertisements. Again, they get their own Tumblr, so go quickly to your closest Jamba Juice. I hear they're selling fast, and as well as a conservation coloring contest. And then they were also featured at Portland Trailblazer Games. So just trying to get out to more people than our usual suspects. But it's not just about the species. The important part about the State Wildlife Action Plan is that it's also about the habitats that depend on them. And that's why the artwork here I just really want to touch on is really important, because it features the different key habitats where each wildlife species can be found in Oregon. And this mosaic or stained glass design really speaks to the importance of every single piece being present to create a beautiful, thriving Oregon. And if you take away one, it breaks that up. So it's really important to think about, how important our soft sediments, our rocky reefs, our emergent rocks, our haystacks, and our coastal ranges are. And really that's what brings together the beauty and makes Oregon so unique. And so what is OPAC's role in this campaign, and what can you all do? a huge way you can support the Oregon is Worth Protecting campaign is by helping us promote it and build new connections. The whole part of this campaign and a huge cornerstone of our state wildlife action plan is about connecting partners and working with organizations and groups who align with this mission. And you can help connect us. Because when we collaborate together, our message becomes stronger and more consistent. And at the end of the day, this campaign grows through all of us working together in kind of an amplified voice. So we're asking you all to, OPAC members can, advance the State Wildlife Action Plan by promoting SWAP information needs through your networks. This includes encouraging researchers, partners, and local organizations to review our species of greatest conservation need and our species of greatest information need, and help us gain more information, help us with that learning more component. Also, you can mobilize your affiliations and your constituents, share our SWAP priorities through your professional associations, community groups, local governments, encourage coastal communities to engage in conservation conversations, and kind of elevate the local knowledge about species and habitat needs. You also can activate local groups and partners, connect community organizations, watershed councils, tribes, some of our conservation groups, really to collaborate on SWAP-aligned projects. Seems like earlier we heard a lot about those types of collaborations that are already happening that seem to be really aligned. So really promoting that and helping us also tell that story. We're happy to help promote those things. And then just promoting some of the funding opportunities. So as I mentioned, there's state wildlife action grants. There's also Oregon Conservation and Recreation funds. And inform partners about these funding opportunities so we can get more of that funding on the ground, working towards moving the needle on some of these conservation issues. And then just serve as visible ambassadors for the SWAP implementation. Integrate SWAP priorities into your council discussions, policy recommendations, and outreach, and encourage alignment between local planning efforts and statewide conservation strategies. And all of this is to say this isn't stuff you aren't already doing. It's just really running to highlight the great, amazing role you all play in helping us kind of move the needle and push these things forward. So where can you find more information on the SWAP? We have a brand new website, swap.oregon.gov. So you can go there and see all of the information. We're currently doing some revisions and taking out some bugs. So if you see anything, feel free to reach out to me and say, hey, I found this, what's going on? But the other website too is the OregonsWorthProtecting.com. And the new website has all the 2026 content that was approved by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. It's integrated in a public facing website. It's got new data layers that are made accessible through Compass. And then part of this will be moved into our new ODFW website, which is hoping to come out next year. And I know that's a lot, but happy to answer any questions.
No, that was great, Jessica. Thank you.
Okay.
I learned some things that I didn't know before, so.
Oh, good.
Good. I learned a lot today. Joe, you have a question. Go for it.
Thanks, Jessica, for the presentation. Appreciate it. Yeah, I'm wondering, I know that, I've seen a map, I think ODFW created it, of the kind of a heat map of the SGCN, or species of greatest conservation need, and seeing that the coast was really a hot spot for a need. And I know there will be upwards of 25 to 30 million available annually to implement the SWAP. And I also know that, as you mentioned in the presentation, that in June, there'll be the biennium budget put together. But it's my understanding that there may be still an opportunity for groups like OPAC to provide a recommendation to ODFW leadership on how that money should be distributed throughout the state. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of internal need for money. There's so many, there's 300 plus species of need and habitats. So do you think that's also an appropriate way that the OPAC could get involved, is providing a letter or of some of our top recommendations to ODF on how that money could be allocated, not just in this first biennium, but in the future as well?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. Thanks for that, Joe. I think, yeah, as you mentioned, there's always the opportunity for public comment when we go in front of our commission with our proposal, right? So that's the first opportunity at that probably June commission meeting, when you'll kind of see like what the agency's already planning out or what the proposal is. But there's also always opportunity to provide feedback to ODFW through OPAC on thoughts, comments, recommendations for consideration, just to continue those conversations on where OPAC feels priorities are, and then where the agency is also finding similar priorities. So I think that that's appropriate.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else have questions for Jessica or comments?
Get your marine tumbler.
There we go. Yeah.
$3 go towards conservation every sale.
You're gonna have to drive somewhere to get one. There's no
That's
Jamba
true.
Juice
That is,
down
I
here.
mean, yes, exactly. That is one of the things, is that we are lacking Jamba Juice representation in our coast.
Yes. What was the website was Oregon is Worth Saving, right?
Oregon's Worth Protecting.
Protecting, that's right.
Mhm.
I think I tried to
Not-
open it and it had an issue, but it could be on my end too. So
Yeah, so it's OregonWorthProtecting.com, which redirects you to our ODFW Oregon's Worth Protecting website.
Got it.
And then it's also the SWAP, swap.oregon.gov.
that one I was able to put in the chat. The other one I couldn't make work. So
Yeah, I can share it.
okay. Any other questions? Not seeing anybody. Guess you answered everything.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for the time. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much, Jessica.
And Jessica, it was nice to see you and not talk about offshore wind.
What?
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. And with that, I guess, Andy, is there anything else you wanted to bring up before we move into doing a recap of today's session and looking forward to the next OPAC meeting?
That's the last thing on our agenda is to recap. I do want to talk about meeting scheduling, since that has not been done yet for the fall.
Right.
And based upon my calculations, 6 months from our meeting today is October 21st. So our legal rep would tell us that we should be meeting before then. And I guess that's the big picture. And I would like to discuss kind of what time window we would like to aim for. I guess before we do that, I think that there's also the issue potentially of standing up the working group. So that could be a big focus of the next meeting, is kind of establishing our next working group. And I'm also open to other ideas for agenda items now, but
Okay.
happy to take the group's thoughts on those things.
Right. Okay. Well, real quickly, I guess if we wanted to just recap today's meeting before we get to the future, I just wanted to kind of go over what we did. We got a lot done today with, we approved the last two meeting summaries. We elected new leaders. We approved actions on 3 items, 2 recommendations from the Offshore Wind Working Group, and also, like Angie just mentioned, initiating the Territorial Sea Plan Part 1 and 2 Working Group. We also approved actions on 3 items, 2 recommendations from the Offshore Wind Working Group, and also, like Angie just mentioned, initiating the Territorial Sea Plan Part 1 and 2 Working Group. 1 and 2 Working Group. And we heard presentations about the Executive Order 2526. Got an update on undersea cables. Got an update on the nearshore ecology. Heard a presentation about the Oregon Kelp Alliance. And Jessica just presented the State Wildlife Action Plan update. So we got a lot done today. Thank you all for that. Laurel.
Oh, I had a question about next steps. So are we done with the? Oh,
Yep,
I did-
that is getting into next steps. Probably I turn it over to Joe and Duncan because they will be chair and vice chair for the next meeting. And Andy to work that out.
So I would just offer, I think my next step is to get the executive committee together to do some onboarding of that new group. And so I would look for probably a meeting in the next month or so that we can then schedule out and plan our actions over the next, I would hope, year. I really did like being able to schedule a couple meetings at once. That worked pretty well. So if we can try and get the next fall and the next spring meeting on the calendar, I think that would work well. We have kind of stuck to the October and April dates. They tend to kind of work pretty well. Although I would say that because we haven't had great representation from our fisheries reps, like that's one thing I'm a little concerned about, is not hearing from kind of their busy times of year, but the shoulder seasons is kind of when we've historically targeted our meetings, because usually our fishing reps are out on the water during summer, or so October is good because the crab season really hasn't gotten going, and spring is usually good because it's in between kind of fishing seasons. So
Andy, my question was about the working group, and you were wondering about timing. I don't exactly remember what you had on your timeline, but I thought it was that we were going to start in 2026. And if we don't meet as a full group to put the work group together until October, it doesn't feel like we would get any of the working group work done in 2026. And maybe that's fine. And maybe I'm misremembering the diagram, but I'm just,
No, that's
if we
right.
wait till October, or it seems unlikely that we would get the working group together in the after that. But
and that is one of the reasons why I was thinking about having a shorter meeting closer to, halfway point between now and then, where we could get that working group established. It wouldn't need to be a full day meeting, although somehow whenever we schedule these things, I always get a full agenda. Although you will notice I'm getting you out about an hour earlier than I was thinking otherwise, because we had to rearrange things and shorten some things today. But yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I seem to recall that we had a discussion of maybe potentially having quarterly OPAC meetings. I can't remember if that was when we were considering that multiple work groups were going to be needed, not for just chapters 1 and 2, but also 4 and 5. So maybe it's premature, but I do agree with Laurel that we probably want to get that work group established sooner than October. So I would be fine with a shorter meeting in the summer and then a longer one in October, just to get the ball rolling on the chapter 1 and 2 work group.
I just have a question about the work. Usually it's just people volunteering for the work group, so I'm not sure, do we need a whole meeting to do that, or can we do that by email, or
it's a great
could we
question.
do it right now?
I'm open to doing it right now. I don't think we might have lost our quorum, but I think if we have volunteers who are interested in serving on a work group, I guess I would ask Steve, can we kick off a work group without having a quorum today. It doesn't seem like it would. That might be. I think we might be a little bit ahead of things because I think that the recommendation needs to go to the commission, and then in June they will officially kind of receive the OPAC recommendation and then start it. So I think we need to wait for that to happen.
Yeah, I will look, but I believe, it does take to create a work group, it does take a vote of the commission, and right now we're down to 7, so we don't have a quorum, which the good news is that means we can't adjourn either, and Susan has to stay on as chair. So that's, there's an upside too.
Oh my gosh, Steve. I think Joe's going to be better at this than me.
So it wasn't part
You
of
really want Joe.
our previous vote where we approved the recommendations to form a work group, or no, was that not part of the language in that?
It was not part of
Oh, I thought we
the
talked about it.
language.
Oh, well. Never mind. Just trying to be efficient and minimize
I hear you,
meetings.
Laurel. Yeah, I do. But if it's a shorter meeting, I guess the challenge is, summertime can be harder to gather people together. So
We could ask for volunteers now, though, right? And it doesn't have to working groups don't have to necessarily be a sub group of the OPAC, right? So between now and the next meeting, you could put out a call for people who are interested if you want, I guess. I don't know. But I know we've done that before.
I think we had the council actually, act to stand up a working group before we did that.
Okay.
So
Okay, gotcha.
I think we've done both, if I remember, but we had to get it approved by OPAC. So we did some initial, like, are you interested? But we couldn't actually formalize it until we voted.
That's right.
Because I've been on way too many OPAC work groups. So like it's all blurs together. I don't know.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was thinking. It was.
Our procedure document doesn't state a methodology for putting up a work group. So I think we have some latitude here.
Well, as was mentioned earlier, I was envisioning roughly quarterly meetings for the working group or the work group. And if we have a little bit of latitude, then I think I would accept volunteers today to kind of get a list going. I certainly will begin the staff work to prep materials and get things ready for a kind of an inaugural meeting of the work group.
And you're thinking one work group for both part 1 and 2. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you have a number of work group members, Andy, in mind?
No, I do not. And there is the flexibility of having non-OPAC members on a work group as well. But I would want the main body to be, OPAC members significantly, so that, we're not having to educate people twice about everything, but.
Yeah, like Tom was on our Rocky Shore one for a long time.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be bold. I'll volunteer just to get the ball rolling.
Thank you, Susan.
If I don't volunteer, it'd be like the only work group I've never been on. So,
I appreciate Joe and Tara volunteering to be on the offshore wind and the was it part 4 or part 5?
4.
Working group. So yeah. So
I think I saw Fran raise a hand. Is that a volunteer, Fran?
I think so. I'm not exactly sure of our tasks other than reviewing your document moving forward. But yeah, I am willing.
You, Amelia?
I will, I'm not sure how helpful I'll be, but I will volunteer as well.
Well, we're starting to get the ball rolling. I appreciate that, everyone. And,
I don't think Natalia or somebody from DSL is here. They would need to be on the part 2 one, I think, right?
yeah, Natalia.
Or somebody.
She's still here. She
Yeah,
might
I'm
be good to have her voice as well.
regarding volunteering or what?
Yeah, you don't have to volunteer to be on the work group, but you will have to review all the work we're doing because
Oh, no, certainly I will be. I thought, oh, I probably misunderstood. I thought that you're looking volunteer who can help with the working group.
Natalia, your mic has gone quiet all of a sudden.
Yes, this is the problem. I will
There you
switch.
are. I can hear you now.
Yeah. So are you asking to volunteer to help with the working group or to be on the
You
working?
serve on the working group.
Oh, yeah, I am in. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Natalia.
Yes, I changed to. Yes, I'm in, and yeah, would be interesting, of course, because it's related to DSL as well.
And we won't do
One-
anything before you're done with your rulemaking exercise, Natalia. So we'll.
Yeah, I think, yeah, we will be most done with rulemaking and then offshore wind roundtable in June, the last one, and then it's good time to start for the working group, part 1 and 2.
Let me go back to the overall question about the next OPAC meeting. So did I hear, I'm kind of hearing maybe we didn't need one as close to October if we have the ability to stand up the working group. So I guess I would think we might want to, I will still gather the executive committee together so I can talk with you all about kind of the next steps and the procedures that I usually follow to support the work of the council. And then should I aim for a meeting in early October and send a scheduling poll around for early October?
I think that would be helpful to get it on our calendars.
I will
Works
put
for
a
me,
poll
but-
together for the first couple full weeks of October, and hopefully we can get a time nailed down then. Thank you,
Yes,
Margaret.
and Andy, please consider that October 13, that the state land board meeting. So
Yep.
if that day I will not be able to attend, thanks.
Okay.
Andy, I also heard that maybe you were thinking about maybe scheduling out one in the spring, just so we have it
Yes.
on our calendars for like April or
So
whatever.
I would try and look for early April again if we're trying to hit that 6-month repeat interval.
So then, Andy, if I heard you correctly, we would have the working group quarterly, so there would be an opportunity to have at least a couple meetings between. There'd be like the October meeting and maybe one more, so we could report back in April.
Yes.
Is that the
Yep.
goal? Okay.
That is the goal. I've got some staff work to do before then so that we can have productive use of everyone's time at the work group level, but that would be the idea. A couple of meetings in between October and April.
Andy, I don't know, hopefully you will have some fishing reps on the council by the time April rolls around, but just so you know, the April PFMC meeting is April 7th to the 12th. So depending on which fisheries reps you get, whether they're involved in that process or whether some of the ODF and W staff are involved in that process, that's just something to keep in mind for you and Joe and Duncan and Amelia.
Yeah, I will try and put all of the PFMC meetings on my calendar as a general block on time, just because I know that takes up a lot of our ODF and W staff time as well.
Yeah.
And if you all can help to recruit new members of OPAC for those both North Coast and South Coast commercial and sport and charter and recreational fishing seats, that would be much appreciated. We will need to have their perspectives and their experience to help inform us as we go through this next, not chunk, but body of work, right?
Yeah.
As we look to amend and steward our territorial sea plan, they are crucial voices to have.
Yeah. So Andy, there was one question. Ray Monroe and I were talking yesterday, I think, if he wanted to switch from an ex officio ports member to a North commercial fishing seat, can he do that?
Yes, he could do that.
Okay.
He could have a new term or set of appointments in a different position.
Okay.
Yep.
I will let him know. I thought that was the case, but I wasn't sure. Okay.
And we do have a nominee working their way through the system for the South Coast County representation. So
cool.
I'm hopeful that that individual will be on board for our next meeting.
Probably can't say who that is, can you? Okay, good enough.
Okay.
Okay, what else do you need, Andy?
I don't have anything else on my to-do list, except to thank you one more time for your great leadership, Susan.
From Commander Wolf. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I do have one last thing to say if we're wrapping up. So I'm try and do this without getting my Kleenex box. Okay. So one of the things I do at as part of the Pacific Fishery Management Council, when somebody retires or something, we have something for them. And I try to put together a fish pun speech about them. So I'm going to do that here. So if you don't like fish puns, better hang up now. So I just want to thank Tara Brock, Andy and Mandy from DLCD, and all the OPAC members for all the hard work, strong collaboration, and thoughtful discussion over the past few years. Your teamwork and commitment to Oregon's ocean are truly appreciated. You clearly know how to navigate big issues without getting lost at sea, keep things from going off the deep end, and tackle challenges head on without anything getting too fishy. We've had plenty of waves to ride, but you've kept the conversation flowing as smoothly as the tide. So thanks to everybody on OPAC. You guys are wonderful.
It was great, Susan. Thank you.
Thanks, Susan.
Yep. And I know you're in good hands with Joe and Duncan and Amelia. You guys will do great work. And with
Thank
that,
you so much,
we move to
Susan.
adjourn. Thanks. Do we need a motion to adjourn? I can't remember, Andy. After several years, you'd think I know this, right?
I think you can call it, Susan.
Okay. We're adjourned, and thank you all very much.